Coup D'Etat of boxing finally here. First of all, a big thank you to the Wagner Group from the Russian Federation, the most powerful private military contractors on the planet, for providing us with air support and allowing us to bounce off their private sort of satellite communications, because it's been pretty hectic. Official and myself, we've had problems with European satellites being shot down. We've had communications being jammed. It's been pretty turbulent, but a big respect to all of those who are joining us in the live YouTube version of the show. We wanted to ideally run the show yesterday, but it's a quiet period. There's economic turbulence going on and a hell of a lot of domestic and sort of traveling problems, and Official and myself are in different countries, so it's kind of difficult to kind of synchronize our timetables. But it's been a little while, but the chairman and the CEO of the Coup D'Etat of boxing back together. Official, how you doing, my man?
Oh, feeling nice. Good evening, corruption, and to everybody listening to us. Yeah, so nice to finally be able to talk about the pound for pound lists, our own pound for pound list, and see what people are going to say.
Yeah, it's always a polarizing issue whenever boxing deals with pound for pound lists, because they've been pretty much inundated with every single channel, television network. Anybody who has an opinion is preoccupied with trying to infiltrate to everybody else their own pound for pound lists. And with the egotistical nature of boxing fans, it's all, my dick is bigger than your dick. But the only problem is that 95% of these people don't really have dicks, they have vaginas. So it's a ridiculous sort of analogy whenever they want to talk about these lists. But it's something Official and myself I've got a lot of reservations about. But given we've entered 2021, the boxing schedule at the moment is relatively quiet. A lot of the television networks are looking to sort of try and prognosticate when the right time is for some of these fights, and a lot of fighters are testing positive, so there's a lot of delays. So it gave us a little opportunity to try and visit the pound for pound fractious sort of aspect of boxing. And the most difficult aspect was trying to come up with a consolidated list, because Official and myself have got polarizing opinions, certainly not on the complete sort of top 10, but we had a look at about maybe around 20 fighters, and it was quite a punishing sort of time in getting down to 10. And even Official and myself, even today, are still, I wouldn't say weird, but we're more or less okay. But a lot of the people are interchangeable on the list. It's kind of tough to get a definitive sort of rigid structure. But the important thing with the coup d'etats anti-fanboy and sort of politically charged list is that our criteria for assessing the fighters is not specifically based on what they've done in the last 2 years. It's a list encompassing their whole careers, especially if they've not had many periods of inactivity. But if a fighter has been inactive the last couple of years, but they've had a resounding career, then temporarily they wouldn't be present on the list. And it's a list which is different to a lot of the mainstream lists, because the key aspect is that Official and myself are basing the Coup d'Etat's pound for pound list, as we sort of aforementioned, is on the basis of our scoring criteria of fights. Because as boxing fans foremost, but also boxing analysts, we're ultimately fringe voices within the community, and the only comfort that we can take is relying on our ability to score fights, because we've been reminded numerous times, not only on the sheer neolithic incompetence of judges, but a lot of the times, a lot of the decisions are politically charged. So hence our list is based on Official and myself coming down to some sort of agreement about our interpretation of how the fight should have been scored, and it's based on a significant amount of video analysis, but also analysis done by other people. So it's an esoteric but correct, which we feel is the correct scoring of fights that have taken place throughout the career. So a lot of the fighters that may appear on other lists based on what the official record is of them having a win in having a win which is disputed. Official and myself, as we'll talk about the individual fighters, it's not necessarily the same for us. So our win-loss record is different. We're not pertaining to what mainstream or the official records may have, because we know that this is one of the most corrupt sports in boxing, and I'm corruption in boxing, so that's something that I've taken a stand against from whenever I started talking about boxing a long time ago, and I think official feels very much the same. We were reminded not only on the incompetence of judges, but when judges have video analysis, i.e., in the recent Joshua Franco fight, when so-called judges had the ability to make a retrospective correction, they still got the decision wrong. So it shows not only is there incompetence in sort of real-time scoring, but when these so-called regulators and supervisors have a significant amount of time and they have technology available to them, they're still inept in making corrected decisions. So it's kind of an abomination on the whole scoring aspect of fights. So it may confuse a lot of people, but I think a lot of people in the boxing community, I mean, they've always had their own opinions, and they're extremely vociferous in sharing that opinion with us and everybody else on all sorts of different channels. So I guess in the way, Official, a lot of us kind of have the same sort of opinion on sort of fights and certainly highly controversial fights as well. Anything you want to add, Official, to the criteria?
Sorry for that. Yeah, so I will just quickly say that yes, definitely making this pound for pound list at the same time wasn't difficult, but wasn't easy neither. And we'll take a look at our list later, but let's say that when it comes to top 5 of our list, we came into an absolute agreement. So we have the same 5 guys, both you and me, but then it was more difficult for the later 5, for the bottom half of the list, because there is really a lot of guys that you can put on the list, on the bottom of the list, and get no problems from me. I don't know how to say it, but the thing is that we can easily list, you and me both, and we've seen it while we was doing creating this list. There was about 15 names that we could easily put, like 15 to even 20 names that we were considering for one of the lower places on our list. So yeah, but just like you said, definitely a big difference in our list and the way we are seeing boxing to the mainstream boxing pound for pound lists. Well, mentioning a word mainstream tells you all. But the thing is, yeah, we do not care at all about the official results, because after all the corruption happening in boxing every single week in boxing, there is no real need to consider the official results. And for example, me myself, I go even further than that. I don't care about the belts. I think that we should create the Coup D'Etat of boxing belt, and it would be the most respectable belt in boxing. So, and plus we can get some sanctioning fees. It would be good to cover up my internet costs and things like that. But anyways, yeah, I mean, look, there are definitely many people that I would consider putting on the list. I would say the difference between you and me was that you're a bit more concentrated on, you keep the resume of a boxer in a higher regard than the eye test that I started preferring, because I was the same before, but now I'm I'm paying more attention to what they're doing in the ring, to that. So yeah, the list. But anyways, we do agree on all the names that we put on the list. And just one last thing, corruption. What do you think we should not mention? We should first go with our list and then talk about the people that didn't make the list. Do you think
Yeah,
it's better?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I think a good way strategically is to talk about, we'll start off with the list 10 to 1, then we'll talk about honorable mentions who came closer. We conciliated whether they would be, viable members for the list. Still, for us, we have one or two that, I certainly wanted in the top 10, but we kind of agreed. And also a number of the fighters who didn't make the list, and for the reasons, and a lot of them are going to be controversial as well, but we don't give a fuck. As we mentioned, we take pride in our ability to score fights. It's not just a spontaneous decision. It's about careful analysis, not rushing to judgment, making unbiased, independent decisions. As an official of myself, we have an aptitude for utilizing technology. So we'll do screenshots behind the scenes. There's a lot of tremendous work where we rescore fights independently, and then we'll sit down and review and kind of even disagree with certain rounds, certain punches. So there's a lot of forensic analysis going on in the background. But to recap the criteria, so we mentioned is that we look at criteria of longevity. The key one for us is also adversity. We're talking about fighters who fight out of their comfort zones, and that could be in two folds. That is the ability to win world championships at multiple different weights against credible fighters who have not sustained so many defeats before, but fighters relatively in their prime, undefeated, or may have suffered a defeat but subsequently went on to win titles. So it kind of enhances criterias. And also fighters who have had a number of defenses, so they're not subjugated by not moving up in weight, but they've had longevity at a certain weight class. We don't penalize fighters for doing that if they want to remain at one weight, but they've had numerous defenses and they fought everybody who was available, issued challenges, and other fighters, decline those challenges for whatever reason. So we're not penalizing that. It's about fighting everybody and not ducking and diving as a lot of fighters tend to do. So that is also a very important criteria. Also, fighters who have the ability under adversity to win world championships away from their home countries, fighting on the road. I think that is one of the most important, not only physical, but the psychology of winning championships on the road. That involves a whole different, a complete vast array of pressures involved. You're having to deal with so many disruptions that promoters will kind of deploy to try to disrupt you. You're having to deal with new weather conditions, acclimating to climates, new diet facilities, training regimes, having to deal with the crowd, the referees, the judges. So that is for me a very important facet. So I think overall, official, it's kind of a pretty much all-encompassing anti-politically charged, anti-fanboy, pretty, I think, a decent consolidated list before we get into it.
Sorry, can you say it one more time, please?
I said all in all, I think we've defined the criteria. Let's get on with it.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. At the back end of the list, number 10, we have Juan Francisco Estrada, and that was also a difficult decision, but Estrada has amassed a record of 41 wins, 3 losses, with 28 knockouts. Estrada is a 2-weight world champion, having held the WBC Ring Magazine and Lineal Super Flyweight 115 pounds titles since 2019, and previously the Little Rooster, he was the WBA Unified and WBO Flyweight world champion between 2012 and 2015. And Estrada, as we know, forthcoming, will be taking part in another unification at 115 pounds, looking to unify the WBC Ring Magazine Lineal with the WBA Super with Roman Chocolito Gonzalez, which should be the fight of 2021 and the most anticipated fight for the last quite possibly 10 years. Official?
Yes, absolutely. There was even some reasons for us not to include him. But let's say, no, I didn't express myself very well. Being that some things that were happening with him, like his performance against Quadras, plus having other very good contenders for the lower bottom of our list, it was not an easy decision. But yeah, Estrada definitely, he has the skills, and some losses. I mean, a loss against Sorungvisai, aka Vakasil Vangic. But he was able to revenge it and give us a fantastic display. Not only in that fight, in every fight, he's showcasing his skills, his sharpness, his counterpunching. Really, really nice, really nice to watch. And I mean, his last win over Quadras, which was his last fight, I mean, we were having a discussion, you and me, a little discussion about that fight while making this pound for pound list. And you said something right, because I was the one telling you that he wasn't supposed to have such a hard fight against Quadras, to get in those to have those risky moments that he had in the last fight. But at the same time, you told me, and it's completely right, Quadras may not be what he was a couple of years before, but there was still a motivation, and he has a lot of heart. And man, he had the motivation to prove himself against Estrada, because I don't know, he's a Quadras. He's also a born winner, and plus he was probably on some top-notch pharmaceuticals, so that was the reason he was able to hurt Estrada.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only you talking about one of the most sort of complete cerebral boxers, a fighter who can lead and counter punch, and his style has kind of changed. But the key for Estrada being on the pound for pound list is he's been number one at 2 weight divisions, unified at 112, but he's also won championship titles and defended them in numerous countries, in Mexico, in China, United States. So he's able to fight on all continents. Was massively avoided at 112 pounds as well. Suffered a lot of injuries, but the key aspect is that he's avenged his 2 defeats, and now he's looking to avenge his third loss against Roman Gonzalez at 115 pounds. The two of them having fought at 2012 when Gonzalez was the WBA flyweight world champion, and that's key. Fighters avenging, defeats. Longevity in career as well. He's a veteran now, having 41 fights, but kind of now changing his style into very much a walk down pressure fighter, sort of high volume, high octane, but still can counter punch on the front foot. But he has power. He's definitely acclimated to 115 pounds. Kind of looks the bigger fighter against most of the fighters, but he's brought the power with him from 112. Looks pretty formidable at the moment. Can be a notorious sort of slow starter, but it's the ability to make adjustments in fights, and he's done it in so many times against Brian Valoria, other unified world champions, when he beat Herman Tyson Marquez, when Estrada and Gonzalez were fighting on the undercard of that. But he's also beaten Tyson Marquez as well, destroyed him, and beaten Valoria as well. So, and in the first Quadras fight as well, made adjustments after the mid stages of the fight. Also made adjustments in the first Sarissa Sorongvasai fight as well. So it's that ability having the change as well. Just talks about the versatility and his understanding, but also his conditioning. Can be one of the, if boxing was still 15 rounds, Estrada would be one of those fighters who you feel between rounds 12 to 15 would be even stronger, and he's changed so many fights, but between the championship rounds between 10, 11, 12, but he has that engine. Official was talking about the Quadras fight, and we saw Quadras after round 6. Carlos, his fatigue began to set into his work, and he was just relying on pot shotting, picking his punches, trying to sit down on hard punches to try and knock Estrada out. Where conversely, Estrada had so much more energy, and he was able to now accelerate, go into a different gear, and start breaking down, landing those uppercuts and those body shots, breaking Carlos down and eventually knocking him out. So very impressive down the stretch. And Estrada has, for the long part, he's kind of his defense has, for me, has kind of, I wouldn't say depreciated significantly, but as he's become a different sort of fighter. He's always had a very good chin. Not to say that he can't be knocked out or knocked down or knocked out. No, he's been knocked down, but those have been flash knockdowns where his defense has been the cause of those knockdowns. But he's always had the ability to sort of get up, rebound, and some would say that would give him the impetus to start fighting, and he moves into a different sort of gear, almost instills some kind of a vicious component where he wants to start inflicting punishment, trying to exact revenge for knocking you down. So I like that sort of killer mentality. But all in all, he's just been a terrific fighter to watch. Straight from the bat at 112 pounds, even when he was 21 years old, had a breathtaking ability back then, and he's maintained it. And official going into the super fight in March, and let's hope that both fighters can remain healthy, not be afflicted by any sort of erroneous pandemic. Let's hope whatever vaccinations are distributed and disseminated, and we can finally get a little bit of normality, because a fight of this sort of magnitude and the anticipation that all of us have been beckoning for deserves a fully packed out crowd, because Gonzalez definitely brings a vibrant level of support, not only from Nicaragua, but also Mexico, United States, even Japan. And Estrada has a relatively large contingency of support both in Mexico and the west coast of the United States. And it's going to be a barn burner of a fight, and many people have Estrada as the favorite going into that fight, but whoever prevails in that fight definitely will be elevated up the list. But yeah, so one Francisco Estrada, number 10. Official, any closing comments on that?
Yes, I completely agree. Cannot wait the fight against Chocolatito, the rematch. But just quickly, just to your point that you made minutes earlier about him being able to adapt, definitely, because I just want to mention one fight, his recent fight against Dwayne Beeman. I was one of those who was really criticizing Estrada for that performance. I mean, his defense in that fight. And yeah, it's true that Beeman was really able to set him up with some sharp punches, some really good counters, or really shooting them straight down the pipe. But I was really, when rewatching that fight, I was really over criticizing him, because after rewatching it, it was clear to me that Beeman, first of all, didn't really have the power to hurt him, and Estrada was never really that hurt in that fight. And on top of that, I really saw him making a couple of really excellent, changing a couple of things, and making an excellent adaptation to what Beeman was bringing to him. So yeah, definitely he has a really great capability to adapt.
Definitely. And the future could even be better as well, with the super flyweight division just being absolutely outstanding at the moment, packing out certainly this list, and the potential super fights with fighters from Japan and even Mexico moving up is just mouth watering. So let's hope Estrada, come win or lose, remains at 115 pounds to entertain some of these great fights. All right, let's get over to number 9. My God, this was also a hard decision, but number 9, the Coup D'Etat of Boxing's entry is Mairis Briedis, who has amassed a record of 27 wins, only one loss, with 19 big wins coming by way of knockout. Now, Mairis is a 3-time cruiserweight world champion, so highly distinguished, having held the IBF and the Ring Magazine titles since September 2020, having won the World Boxing Super Series, being his second time participating in the tournament. That is also a demonstration that he's a fighter who is willing to mix it with the best fighters in the world. No excuses for him all in the tournament, further to the vacuum of titles left by Alexander Usyk, which incidentally is his only loss in one of the great cruiserweight fights of all time, one of the best fights I've seen for a number of years, which was a tremendously exciting fight from round 1 to round 12. And Mairis also held the WBC title from 2017 to 2018, and the WBO title in 2019. A fighter who also has the ability to go over to heavyweight, so the upside is there in Briedis, but one of the best cruiserweight fighters there has ever been, in my humble opinion. Tremendously versatile, not as tall as some of the behemoths that we've seen in the cruiserweight division, but can adapt, can fight straight down the middle. Technically is very good. Fundamentally is also very good, but he also comes with underrated footwork, very good punching power, very good counter punching ability, and also has a rugged physical nature, can get down in the trenches, can get a little bit too aggressive, hence causing some problematic scenarios for him, almost risking disqualification, etc. Can be a little bit indifferent at certain times, so it's a fighter who's pretty much motivated when he's fighting A-level opponents. This was also a difficult decision, because we know that in the World Boxing Super Series, certainly the second time round, Briedis having been definitely the benefit of a highly dubious decision against the German Noel McKellian. That fight was in Chicago. Now, when we were assessing that, we were contemplating that was that a one-off Briedis? Was that an aberration, or was there some sort of problem that can kind of explain his performance for that fight? And looking at all of the reasons and all of the scenarios, now we know that Briedis had injuries coming into the fight, and it definitely impacted his training, the duration of his training camp as well, and also his performance was flat basically from round 1 to round 12. So it wasn't a case of an injury that Briedis may have sustained during the fight. He was clearly not in any sort of physical shape throughout the fight, and hence that marred his performance. So we're not penalizing Briedis necessarily for that. When I was looking at the list, I was thinking, well, the way I look at fights like that is that if he didn't win the World Boxing Super Series, then the Junior Dorticos fight for me is pretty much null and void, because McKellian should have, progressed. So I kind of look at what Breeders has done prior up until that fight, but also taking into account that that was definitely an aberration, and that a fit Breeders would have absolutely, I think, would have beaten McKellian without any problems. Or McKellian was a taller fighter, but I don't think his stylistically posed any sort of major problems. Breeders had difficulties with the jab, but you notice he wasn't fighting with two arms throughout the fight. So definitely had physical sort of disabilities in the fight, but in all contexts, a brilliant fighter. And we saw, in the final, if you just look at against Junior Dorticos, how he fought differently. So it's not a fighter who's going to fight in just sort of one way against every fighter. He fought very differently against Alexander Usyk. He fought very differently against Krzysztof Glavatsky. He fought very different against Junior Dorticos. He fought very different. So he fights different champions. Against the Cuban fighter as well, fought very differently. So good fighter, very good fighter. Can stay at cruiserweight and try and emulate what Alexander Usyk did, or perhaps has the ability to go up to heavyweight. As we know, he's already knocked out a sort of a fringe heavyweight holding some sort of minor championship belt. So Official, your thoughts on Breeders, number 9?
Yes, I like him a lot as a fighter. He's so he really can do everything in the ring. Anything that he needs to do, he can do it, and extremely underrated. How do you say it? Ring IQ. Extremely underrated ring IQ, because just like you said, every fight he's tailoring his style based on his opponents, and he will do what he has to do. He knows how to fight a counter puncher, a pressure fighter, a boxer. So he's also someone with an excellent timing, and we saw it in the finals, in WBSS finals against Dorticos. The way he was so sharp counter-punching him, but also a reminder what he did against the heavyweight, what's his name, a couple of years ago, Manuel Char. Yeah, not a fantastic opponent, but still went up in weight and displayed amazing timing and counter-punching ability. Also against Duradola, he showed that he can fight in the clinch. He can move forward, backward, and is good at using the lateral movement. I really do like his footwork, his ring IQ, extremely underrated. And yes, like you said, that performance against Noel was a nuisance when it comes to making this pound for pound list, but even despite that, we still put him on. Okay, like you said, he had an injury coming to that fight. Also, not every fighter is going to have an excellent performance every single time. Not most of them, but in the most of his fights, he's really sharp. There is nothing that he cannot do. Also, very good chin, very good defense, very well schooled fighter. In my opinion, excellent fighter that should get way more recognition. To your corruption. Okay, so corruption. I don't know. He's still here, but maybe he cannot hear me, or.
No, I can hear you. Sorry about that. But you're right, Official. When you were talking about his his footwork, the way he was wrong footing Dortigas in the final, going to the right and then breaking, go left, take the straight right hand, take the body shot out of play, and then the ability to land precision timing hooks on the fly. So not even in a stationary position. It's always one of the hardest things to do in boxing, and that emphasizes the accuracy and the timing of his punches. And it is disappointing that a lot of the boxing fraternities don't acknowledge his achievements to date, but also his boxing ability. And that's not surprising when you're from the former Soviet Union. A lot of the fighters um, are stigmatized and pretty much cascaded, not only for their national sort of identity, but um, it's always the Soviet style against the US style. We forever get into this sort of one-to-one debate as well. The old sort of Russian communist style against the US slick boxing style, and over the years, it's kind of, there's been so many fighters from not only from the former Soviet Union, but also Eastern and Central Europe, um, that have not made lists, not even been in contention. So um, that's that's the reason why we've gone for our list, because this is about world boxing, all continents, fighters from all different countries. Nobody is discriminated. Um, it's about their boxing ability first and foremost, and what they've achieved and how they've achieved it, and have they had the aptitude to achieve it, less the politics and less the controversial decisions as well. So um, Bridis, yeah, number 9, and the more I'm looking into it, I'm okay with that as well. So official, should we go into number 8?
Just one moment. I forgot to mention something. Two really quick points. One point also is that Bridis is what I do not like about him is that he can get extremely dirty and use the illegal tactics, and he really mastered that very well. Knows how to use it, and that is another thing, another reason he kind of reminds me of Andre Ward. But also I wanted to say that it's funny, I already mentioned this on some other streams in the past, but the thing is that the way the Soviet Union came up with their boxing school is that after when competing with the US in the Olympics, they gather together their best boxing brains, but also the scientists, etc., because they figured out a boxing is a sport, an Olympic sport, where they could get most of the medals because of all the weight classes, etc. So it's a way. It would be an excellent way to win the gold medals for the Soviet Union. So they gathered them together and they came up with a plan that they considered that most of the fighters, even the amateurs, some of them can fight well at one distance, but some of them at two distances. So what they tried to do is they started teaching boxers how to switch the distance to switch in between all of the three ranges: short, mid, and long range. And Bridis is definitely a product of that. I mean, so Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. It's been decades, but it's clear to me that he has some old school coach that that follows those things that were taught in the Soviet Union. So that's it. You can go on.
Yeah, all things from the former Soviet Union that are just not even. I mean, there's no coincidence that the first country to come up with a COVID vaccination was the Russian Federation with the Sputnik V, and that's just basically got no sort of publicity and nothing, and it's been almost just totally ignored and castigated. But it's no surprise that the Russian magnetohydrodynamics has still not even been cracked by U.S. scientists for the best part of 50 years. So there's a lot of scientific brilliance in the Russian Federation, as well as the former Soviet Union, as well as all of the fringe countries from the former Soviet Union, and we're seeing it more and more now with so many of the new smaller contingencies now becoming champions and unified champions, etc. So yeah, hence another reason why there should be more emphasis on these fighters. But from that note, we'll move swiftly over to number 8. And it's only convenient in talking about the Russian Federation that we have the Chechen Artur Beterbiev, who pounds his way to number 8. Beterbiev having a completely unblemished and 15 fight record, 15 fights, no defeats, with all 15 wins coming by way of knockouts. We know that Artur is a unified light heavyweight 175-pound world champion, having held the IBF, his inaugural world championship title, since 2017, and then Artur unified it, the WBC and the lineal against Alexander Vojtik. So he's been the unified world champion and the lineal champion since 2019. Now Artur makes the list for a number of reasons. He may not have the all-encompassing, just a stellar resume in comparison to his peers on the list, but is a destructive fighter, has pretty much decimated all of his opponents, had one or two difficulties here and there, but a prodigious talent from the outset, a brilliant amateur, protracted amateur career, ultimately may have turned professional just a little bit too late. It was, as we're seeing with a lot of the guys who have had very deep amateur careers, the stresses and strains on their bodies eventually takes its toll. And but Beterbiev, as we mentioned, has been lodged in a lot of sort of controversy with his promoters in trying to scupper him. So he's had periods of sort of inactivity and promoters trying to freeze him out in Yvonne Michel over in Canada. So it's been kind of a turbulent career for Beterbiev. It's not due to his own will, but he's just been unfortunate with the promotional company that he signed with initially. But once he made the transition over to with ESPN and Top Rank, we're seeing Artur being more active, albeit the small injuries and the indifference period, but a brilliant fighter. There's no two ways about it. And we saw with Alexander Vodstik, that was the first example of just the ability that a lot of people felt that somebody like him, a sort of a savage power puncher, what we saw in that fight was not only that, but we saw his defense being sort of exemplified against a very good fundamental and technical boxer in Vojtik, who can punch, very good with straight punches, but also has very good footwork as well. So it was kind of a difficult target for Beterbiev to try and lock down and try and break down. But he can change levels. He may not have the fastest of footwork, but he compensates that with his ability to break down opponents. If he's having difficulty in actually finding them, then what we see with him, he'll inflict blows on the arms. We've seen him punch hips. Yeah, he can stray a little bit low. He can get into sort of rapid punches as well, but he can break down bodies. Very good jab. Very good hooks. Can also fight on the inside. Very good on the inside. Actually, very underrated defense on the inside as well. Tends to use his elbows, his forearms, shifting from side to side. All in all, Beterbiev has time to perhaps go on and try and unify at light heavyweight. It's going to be difficult with the titles being sort of scattered around, but he's the unified champion. He's number one. He's looking to fight the other champions. Hopefully, he'll get the winner of the two Russians who are fighting, and then the winner fighting Joe Smith. So Beterbiev, you think, has an easy path to going for 3 belts and then maybe even 4th down the line. But all in all, Beterbiev, yeah, I think on the basis of more boxing ability, being a unified and lineal champion in a short number of fights, so he has that aptitude to fight world champions very early. Doesn't need a lot of time to acclimate, and he's still hungry to actually become, undisputed at 175. So, yeah, official, your thoughts?
Yes. So the thing with Beterbiev is that he's seen and only seen probably only seen as a destructive force that he is and did. And that punching power is amazing, but he's also very underrated skill-wise. Yeah, even on the inside, him fighting on the inside, many people are looking only at his punching power, but like you said, he's extremely good inside fighter. Really know how to defend and to dictate the tempo on the inside. Let's contrast him with the first name that comes to my mind is Tevin Farmer, who likes to use his upper body movement on the inside, etc., trying to make a fighter miss and then throw his own punches, but he's not dictating the exchanges. Meanwhile, Arthur is the one who, when you're fighting on the inside, he's the one who's controlling everything on the inside. When he's not ready to throw a punch, he's going to smother you, and only is going to create the room for a punch when he's ready to throw his own punch. Meanwhile, yeah, he can get dirty, use the illegal tactics like you mentioned, the rabbit punching, but also people fail to realize that he's good at setting up his punches, and it's not only his power and his force that is allowing him to get on the inside and cut distance against his opponents, but also the way he's setting up punches with feints. And I do think that his feints are really underrated, and they're not easy to see, and they're almost invisible if you don't slow down the film and analyzing closely. He throws a lot of feints, good setup punches, like you said, very good jab. I think he kind of has short arms, but still, the jab is not only powerful but really good. He can place the other punches after his jab. Also, he can set counters. He's good at setting counters. Believe it or not, pull counters are something that he does extremely well, extremely well. And what else I wanted to say? I do think that someone like Bivol should be his hardest fight, because Bivol, in my opinion, really has the style to beat him. And people are comparing to what he was able to do against Gvozdyk, being that Gvozdyk is fighting from the outside and likes to jab, etc., and is let's say a 1-2 fighter. But Gvozdyk against him fought differently. He was not switching the ranges while Bivol is going in and out, and we saw that someone with quick feet could really trouble Peterbiev, but still fantastic fighter, really a real powerhouse. That punching power alone, pound for pound, is amazing. I'm sure there are some other things that I would like to say about him, but I just can't remember. So go on.
I mean, a lot of those fighters from Dagestan and Chechnya are just different sort of human beings. You only have to look at the way the economic difficulties that they're having to live under, and the constant sort of bombardment of sort of pro-Russian and Chechnyan forces they're actually using against them, and the whole culture, ideology, training regime, a completely different mindset. Many of them are. Boxing is secondary. It's about Islam, and it's about spending, almost utilizing boxing to try and highlight and the situation that is going on in Chechnya, and a lot of them, if boxing wasn't there, then it's not the means to end all for these sort of, for fighters like Beterbiev. But very interesting character. Should have a really look at it behind the scenes about Beterbiev, the man. You find a educated man, a very well spoken, multitude of sort of different interests that he has in life, and but as a fighter, there's something else I didn't mention, that his ability to lie in wait, he can also transition into an ambush fighter. He can lie awake, almost dormant by the ropes, luring opponents in and just landing single punches to knock them out or cause significant difficulties. So has that, when you have that sort of power that he has, the intimidation factor in the ring, it's a very different fight. But we saw against heavier punches in Callum Johnson, and now Callum Johnson may not be a world-class fighter, but I think he has world-class power. May not have showcased it at the world level for everybody to kind of look at carefully, but from seeing a lot of Callum Johnson, and seeing him fight previously as an amateur as well, Callum is blessed with world-class power, and we saw Beterbiev being in real trouble in that fight, taking a big left hook, was definitely hurt, and Callum Johnson didn't capitalize. It kind of reminded me when Carlos Morales hurt Ryan Garcia in the 7th round, and for the remaining 25 seconds, Morales didn't throw a single punch. You know, people forget to mention that when they were talking about eulogizing about Garcia. Morales, his corner was just like, he's hurt, attack him, but he failed to do so. But then later on hurt him at the end of the round as well. So that was what Callum Johnson failed to sort of capitalize on. But Beterbiev, what he did do is he tried to be evasive. You got to, and that's where experience comes in. And he recuperated and he came back and he pretty much demolished Johnson in the following round. So that's always a good sign as well. The fighter to come back from adversity. You get knocked down and you come up against all sorts of fighters and styles, and he got caught with bad defense, at short range with Johnson, and so that's a lesson that he's going to have to learn. And I've seen it subsequently against Vodzik on the at times when there were a close up that he was very cautious of Vodzik's left hook as well. So his kind of right hand was up, which said to me that he was trying to remediate his defensive deficiencies against Johnson. So that's good as well. Official, anything else you wanted to touch, or should we move on to number 7?
Yes, we can go on to number 7.
All right. Number 7, we have Gennady Golovkin, a fighter who has accrued 41 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw. The draw obviously been highly controversial, and one can argue that the 1 loss he has is disputed, certainly disputed for official and myself. From the 41 victories, Gennady has accrued 36 knockouts. Now he's a 2-time middleweight world champion, having held the IBF, the IBO titles since 2019. Previously, Golovkin held the unified WBA, Super, the WBC, the IBF, and the IBO World Middleweight Championship titles between 2014 and 2018. Is the current IBF World Champion, and also Gennady Golovkin is the Middleweight World Championship world record holder, having 21 defenses of all of his aforementioned middleweight championships in his long campaign. And we saw very recently when Gennady accrued became the outright leader at 21 world championship titles, that there's a new phase to Gennady Golovkin in his veteran status under a new trainer. We're seeing Golovkin kind of transition into a different sort of fighter as well, implementing new techniques and styles, and that's also very, very encouraging in going forward and trying to ascertain the upside, or how much more time Golovkin has, and whether he can amass any more notches to a tremendous career thus far. Now, the reason why, as we mentioned, Golovkin remains relatively high in the championship rankings is that Golovkin has been very much subjugated to all sorts of problematic scenarios with promoters holding him back. He's had problems from Germany coming to the United States, getting fights. He's had a number of fights against fighters who have opted not to fight Golovkin. So unfortunately, Golovkin's, to some people, he may have only beaten one active world champion in David Lemieux for the IBF World Championship, but against Canelo Alvarez in the first fight that was adjudicated a draw. That definitely should not have been the draw, and I think that is a widespread consensus taken by everybody. And we saw what Canelo did even prior to that, vacating, not even vacating, but relinquishing his WBC World Championship. Clearly didn't want to fight Gennady Golovkin then, and we've seen other fighters now. Jamal Charlo clearly didn't want to fight Gennady Golovkin when he was interim WBC, and even now as WBC outright WBC regular world champion. So Golovkin has unfortunately not been able to become the sort of consolidated, the one undisputed middleweight world champion. But is one of the best fighters, one of the best middleweight fighters of all time for me. An Olympic silver medalist, world champion, a brilliant amateur career, and as a professional, he's one of the most complete fighters. And as a fighter from Kazakhstan as well, his fan-friendly style had won him a lot of plaudits from critics, and also a lot of the boxing fans had actually taken to Golovkin. Sold a tremendous amount of tickets, fighting in both Los Angeles and New York at Madison Square Garden as well. So he's kind of captivated, the hearts and minds of a lot of fight fans as well, on a prodigious knockout ratio, and that's what boxing fans want to see, especially when they come into live fights as opposed to pay-per-views. And he's definitely entertained. What can you say as a fighter? Technically and fundamentally, one of the best fighters in boxing, and has been in boxing in the last, I don't know how many years. So many pre-misconceptions regarding Golovkin, that he cannot fight on the inside, cannot counter punch, doesn't have the ability to vary his punches, the speed and power of his punches, cannot fight on the back foot, cannot fight laterally. But those bold statements are just born out of a kind of a premeditated, kind of a sort of an indifferent sort of hatred that people just have had for Golovkin, has really been the born of so much unwarranted and unnecessary criticism, but not enough emphasis on his boxing style and his boxing ability. But fighters just focusing on his ethnicity, his lack of English. But when you're a fighter from Kazakhstan and you're multilingual as Golovkin is, try and establish your boxing career in a different country and try and learn a new language and try and sell at audiences as Golovkin has done. It's truly remarkable what he's done in the United States. And Golovkin has also traveled to the United Kingdom as well, and sold out the O2 Arena over there. Beaten everybody at middleweight, and from my perspective, Golovkin perhaps should be an undefeated fighter. Well, the second fight against Alvarez, it's a highly contentious one, but you can make a very strong argument, and we've done a lot of analysis as well that Golovkin may have done enough to have won the fight, but at the very least should not have lost his championship titles. But so overall, Gennady Golovkin, number 7, and still has the ability to add to his legacy in the next, I'd say, year, 18 months.
Yes, absolutely. Look, we are talking about a fighter who officially has one loss and one draw. Well, not in my book. When it comes to both Canelo fights, first one, yeah, it was kind of, you know what the thing is? I scored both fights very similar, only that the first fight was kind of easier to score for most people because of the way Canelo was fighting, conserving a lot, conserving his energy pretty much all the time. But even the second fight, I mentioned this a couple of streams ago. Uh, there were polls on the internet, and out of couple of thousand voters, 50% of them still had Golovkin winning, and I'm one of them. 40% had a draw, and only 10% had Canelo winning. So, yeah, I mean, man, definitely. Plus on top of it, all the fighters that were supposed to face him but ducked him during his prime also tells you something, because in his prime he was an absolute beast. Now, of course, he's getting older, on a downslide, and we were also questioning ourselves: were a couple of his last performances a result of him being old and possibly shot? But with the last performance, despite the opponent he was facing in Sheremeta, the way he was looking in that fight made me really think that it was, yeah, of course, there is he's visibly slowing down due to his age, but this last performance told me that he's not really shot. But beside of him aging is also that he has a new trainer, and that he's accustoming to a new style. Not really a new style, because he used to box that way, but working with Abel Sanchez for years, um, he needed some time to reinvent himself. So in my book I have him, and I, I was telling people were criticizing him for his resume again, like I told you, despite him being ducked in his prime by everyone that meant something, that mean anything in the middleweight division. So his whole career since he came to HBO, he was criticizing for the lack of a great resume. But then, if you take a look back at his last 4 or 5 fights, you can easily make the case that his resume became one of the very best resumes in boxing. I mean, fighting Daniel Jacobs while he was still in his prime, and on top of that, allowing him to appear in the ring as a cruiserweight, and then beating him. Canelo Alvarez, both fights he won. He won them, in my opinion. Derevyanchenko with facing Golovkin with the new coach. Yeah, it was very difficult fight for him. A really close fight. Me, I had Golovkin winning 7 rounds plus the knockdown, but I would have been okay with people giving 6 or 7 rounds to Derevyanchenko. And it was Derevyanchenko who before that only had a fight against Jacobs, which could be the only really taxing fight that he had, because he had the other fight where he didn't perform well, uh, thanks to Kolke's underrated skills and his style. But Derevyanchenko was in the best form of his life against Golovkin, and a fantastic opponent. So I give Golovkin a lot of credit for being able to beat him at such a late stage of his career with a new coach, and with Derevyanchenko being the worst possible style for him. So yeah, definitely Golovkin. I mean, yes, he's nowhere near his prime in my book, but still has enough to give a lot of people trouble, and his skills are very underrated. Uh, we covered on one of the previous shows his skills. We did a breakdown video of his fight against Derevyanchenko and all the things that were overlooked by a lot of people in that fight
Yes.
watching. And people were, I do think that people were mostly shocked of what Derevyanchenko was able to do in that fight against Golovkin, but at the same time they were overlooking some really great work that Golovkin was doing in the fight against Derevyanchenko. A lot of body punches, a lot of he showed a lot of cerebrality, another huge ring IQ in Golovkin, same way as Bridis. Fantastic, probably one of the best ring IQs today in boxing. That's it.
And with the Sergey fight official, and you're absolutely right. It was your video analysis and isolating all of those individual clips to kind of enhance and showcase all of those techniques that Golovkin has shown over the years, which have just simply been conspicuous by the inability of boxing fans to acknowledge or even try and critique Golovkin correctly. It's kind of staggering in listening to a lot of the videos over the years and a lot of boxing channels that have covered him, but with such inept incompetence, I felt it's like, what the fuck are you people even doing making videos? You've got no ability to break down fighters. But with Golovkin now, a great point you mentioned, he's having to take on a lot of these fighters who procrastinated a lot of the fights as well. So Golovkin, and out of peak Golovkin is still not only highly competitive against these fighters, but he's been kicking their ass. Now, you can talk about politics all you want, but if Canelo Alvarez had fought Golovkin twice on the original agreed schedule dates, instead of trying to give Golovkin like a price option, a flat fee, with the ability of not varying the flat fee a year later when the fight was made, not taking into account the market value of the fighters, one of the worst bitch-ass tactics that you can imagine. So if Golovkin and Alvarez had fought, the draw being their second fight and the first time being when they were originally agreed to fight before Alvarez ran like a bitch and just vacated the title, then would there have been absolutely any debates whatsoever regarding the outcome of the two fights and who overall is the better fighter? But it's hypothetical now. They say, as they say, the pen is mightier than the sword, and Alvarez, with the political machine and the casinos and the mafioso and the Costa Nostra that have all been behind him, boxing fans, promoters, etc. They've all been the perpetuity of this whole wretched entourage that everything that goes with Canelo Alvarez is just sort of contaminated boxing for me, and that's the reason why I just wanted to make a complete demarcation. We've already talked about Canelo Alvarez beforehand, so we don't have to really once again elucidate our reasons for not even. But we'll talk about Canelo later on as well. But in conclusion, I think Golovkin is number 7, could even be higher than that. But all in all, in terms of a longevity of career, championship defense is another point I want to make, is that Golovkin has not vacated any belt. A lot of fighters in a day and age where there's 4 major world championship, so the propensity to become multi-weight world champions or to become multi-time world champion is so great. They can just dispense of a title and win it back so quickly. Canelo Alvarez is one of those prime examples. But what's harder, doing that, fighting against Rocky Balboa and Liam Smith to pick up championship titles, or a fighter who remains at one particular weight class, having defending his world championship to anybody? What's the more credible champion? You can't just simply penalize a fighter for remaining at a weight category. Now, Marvin Hagler is considered as one of the best middleweights, if not fighters of all time. Marvin Hagler was a career-long middleweight. So does that dissuade his greatness by remaining at middleweight, as opposed to Leonard and Thomas Hearns, who fought at multiple weight categories, and even Duran? So, but Hagler is considered as comparable, if not greater than all of the three aforementioned. So you kind of got to have a look at all of the factors involved and try and separate, the politics, because Ray Leonard was the powerhouse political figure. Who do you think got the fight redacted from 15 rounds to 12 rounds? That was Ray Leonard, with the political influence he had over Hagler. He was the big money draw. He didn't want to fight when the fight should have originally taken place, but he waited until Hagler, was involved in a very heavy duty fight with, John Mugabe, and try and sort of pick and when to come back and try and take him, not over 15 rounds, but over 12 rounds. So everything is not black and white. There's a lot of gray areas that you've got to try and do your research and cover. But official, any closing statements to Golovkin, or should we move on to number 6?
Let's go on to number 6.
Okay. All right. Number 6, we have the Tartan Tornado, Josh Taylor. Short but pretty explosive, powerful, very packed out career. 17 fights, 17 victories, no defeats, 13 by way of knockout. Now, we all know Josh is the current sort of incumbent unified light welterweight world champion, having held the WBA, and we have to ascertain the Super and the IBF and the Ring Magazine titles since 2019. Josh having won the World Boxing Super Series, a brilliant tournament, in a very pretty star-studded, a lot of depth in the 140-pound division. Josh, quite a big sort of 140-pound fighter at sort of 5'10", maybe even 5'11", but having captured the Commonwealth, turned professional, and the McGuigans, who took him under their reign, have actually fast-tracked his career, which was encouraging because he had boxing ability, we could see from the amateurs. So they've not really emulated the paths of a lot of the other fighters. They've put him in with ex-world champions, Miguel Vasquez, and that very early on in his career. He's beaten a very good Victor Postel, former WBC 140-pound champion, but he's beaten strong, prime, young, undefeated fighters. Ivan Barancek, when he won the IBF World Championship, and when he unified and beat Regis Prograis for the WBA to unify and win the World Boxing Super Series. So that's a fundamental factor as to why Josh sits very high on the Coup d'Etat's pound for pound list. A terrific fighter with a vicious streak. Southpaw, orthodox, can switch, hit, has a scintillating body attack. A lot of the knockouts have been by body shots. But we saw against Regis Prograis, who Josh was actually the betting underdog going into that final. And two sort of conventional sort of southpaws, but Josh being more of a switch hitter. We saw Josh, what he did in that fight. He forced Regis Prograis to actually fight more as a flat-footed southpaw. And that's by virtue of what Josh was doing in the fight. And that was to the detriment of Regis, who, terrific puncher, very heavy-handed. But we saw Josh in some of the key rounds kind of transition into more of a boxer, had the ability to get up on his toes and try and pot shot and try and use upper body movement as opposed to conventional defense to try and upset the rhythm of Regis, try and change the range and variant and trying to confuse him. So a very versatile, skilled fighter against Ivan Baranchek, against somebody who may not be technically as sort of as proficient as somebody as his Russian counterparts, but Baranchek, a tank of a guy, but kind of a wide puncher. And we saw in that fight Josh already with his short arms even shortening on some of the hooks and the body punches to come straight down the middle against wide arcing sort of talking fighters. But he had to dig deep in the second half of the fight because Baranchek definitely had a resurgence and was loading up with punches, knowing that he was behind the 8-ball, needing pretty much a knockout to retain his world championship. And so Josh had to employ a little bit more of a back foot game, try and pot shot and try and jab and throw straight punches against a marauding fighter who was just on some, it's like he was on hallucinogenics in that second half of the fight. So Josh has good ability, not against, slick boxers, evasive boxers, but power punches and very slick, technical, upright fighters, taller fighters in, Victor Postol, a very elegant fighter, may not be blessed with prodigious power, but has good technique, can control distance and range behind a jab. And we saw Josh and Victor in the terrific fight that took place in Scotland, and Josh having to deal with a lot of adversities even in that fight against a very, very good spirited Victor Postol, who was definitely he was definitely hungry and motivated in that fight. And Victor, he's kind of had good longevity in his career, and we see what we did against the unified champion in Jose Ramirez as well. And Josh has also beaten good domestic opponents as well, in sort of all domestic sort of UK showdowns as well. So he's kind of floated both domestically, internationally, at the world level, and now he's looking to fight Jose Ramirez for the undisputed 140-pound world championship. So that's good as well, showing the aspirations of becoming the number one, the outright number one at 140 pounds. And Josh also has tremendous upside. Maybe struggling or doesn't have, I'd say, a lot of time at 140 pounds. So it's inevitable. I think win or lose against Jose Ramirez, Josh will move up to 147 pounds, the so-called big money division. And I think has the boxing ability, the size, the killer instinct, the punching power to compete. definitely compete, and depending on the difficulty with Top Rank and the PBC, who are kind of they're kind of monopolizing the title, so it's kind of difficult for fighters from, as we're already seeing with Terence Crawford at 140 pounds. But so it's not a bad thing that Josh at the moment has not moved up. I think it's good for his legacy that he's fighting for undisputed, and that will definitely happen next. So tremendously exciting fighter. He's put on great fights. Yeah, he does have some deficiencies. We know his jab is not very good, and so that kind of accentuates what he's done thus far as even being even more remarkable, having short arms and not a prodigious jab. So for a fighter not to have a jab and employ the amount of feints and try and vary the jab to try and get inside as he likes to do and work around the pocket, that says a lot to his footwork and his ability to change levels for a 5 feet 10 inch fighter, and even his defense at times as well. Because if he had a formidable jab, then the world would be his oyster. So for a guy with that sort of limited arsenal that he does have in terms of his natural dynamics as a fighter, very versatile, beaten very very good fighters in a short career, and I think he has the ability to go on and beat world champions, unified champions at 147 pounds. So that's the reason why Josh Taylor sits at number 6 on the Coup D'Etat's list.
Yes, and I do agree with his choice, and with you that he's doing the good thing by staying at 140 for now, because it isn't like it's a big division, so we would like to see him move forward, move up as fast as possible. Yes, for sure, there are great fights for him to be made at 147, but also, by the way 147 is looking at the moment, you would question yourself what fights would he be able to get, as the top names are not able to come to an agreement to make fights. Of course, yeah, Crawford fight would be the first choice, and I would love to see that fight. But look, and also I do agree with Dak in the chat room saying that the best two fighters in that division already fought, meaning Josh Taylor and Regis Prograis. Yes, I do agree with it 100%, but there are still many other good fights for him. And yes, he already had a couple of very good fights. So he's showing that he's willing to fight the best. It was never a question for me when it comes to Josh Taylor. And that's why I do appreciate him so much. And also, it's funny that he likes to fight in the pocket, but doesn't have a devastating punching excuse me please, but doesn't have a devastating punching power. So yeah, he relies very much on his heart, and he can box at all ranges. He can, although you already mentioned the problem that he has with his jab, which is not magnificent, far away from it, but he's kinda able to compensate with his foot speed and his footwork. He also has really good hand speed. I do like seeing him in the exchanges. Now, yes, of course, he has some deficiencies, and if you take a look at his current resume, all the fights that he had against the top fighters were very tough fights for him. So for now, he was not able to really blow out any of his top opponents. But on the other hand, I'm sure that if anyone was to beat him, would have a super tough time too, because he maybe for now isn't able to completely destroy a top level opponent, but for sure no one is destroying him. He's really incredibly tough man to beat. And yeah, big credit to his resume, because like you said, very early in his career he fought Miguel Vasquez, but also the very next year Victor Postol, which was 2.5 years ago. And you can say that Postol was even younger, because now he's around 35. So Postol back then being 32, 33, you would not say it was an old fighter. The fight was fantastic. Postal was very sharp as well, and it was an extremely close fight. Then Baranchik, who when facing Taylor was looking 10 times better, I would say, than the way he was looking against Zepeda. Nothing to take from to take off Zepeda, but yeah, Taylor was definitely facing a much better and much sharper version of Baranchik. That fight too, I had it very close. I thought it could go either way. At least watching it once or twice, I cannot remember. Maybe not right now, if I go and rewatch it, maybe I would score it differently. And even in the finals against Regis Prograis, I personally thought that Prograis won that fight, but it was an extremely competent fight, and I do rate Regis Prograis extremely highly. So even let's say, even if he really lost an extremely close fight against Prograis, it's nothing to take away from him. But in fact, most of the people think that he did indeed deserve the victory against Prograis, and that fight was extremely taxing for both of them, and I do rate both of them extremely highly. So just by having such a close fight against such an opponent as Prograis tells me that this guy is the best. Um, so yeah, I cannot wait to see him against the rest of the top names at 140, and then to move up to 147. He'll give hell to anyone. Now it's kind of concerning how he's going to look with the new trainer, with Ben Davison instead of I forgot the name. But yeah, it's understandable why they broke their why they stopped working together. It's because of the money, and if you know his situation with those guys, with brothers, I cannot remember their name, but he was really losing a lot of money. So that choice to switch the trainers is understandable, and to be honest with you, I didn't see any problem in his very last fight. Okay, he was not facing a top level opponent, but he was looking extremely sharp, to the point where he landed such a short, such a quick, explosive liver shot that that most of the people were not able to see it. So many people thought it was a dive, that Kong Song took a dive, but it was such a short liver shot that they failed to realize that it was indeed a real blow that stopped his opponent. So yeah, Josh Taylor was definitely looking sharp, and he can improve even more, I would say, especially with all the experience he's getting from fighting all these fighters. So I'm not for it from him. But the very last point I would like to make is that man, I love that guy on Twitter. His Twitter account is the best out of all the boxers. He doesn't mince his words. I mean, I don't want to go off topic, and I'm never talking on this stream about anything but boxing, but I'd like to compare him to Prograis, because Prograis, who I do respect a lot and I love watching him fight, on Twitter he's a pure SJW. Well, Josh Taylor is a total opposite. He doesn't give a fuck. He would address everything, and yeah, I do like that guy a lot. So that's it for me, I would say.
No, I haven't been too conversant with fighters on Twitter, as I've whether fortunate or unfortunately I've stayed away from social media since their inception, which the more and more I look at it, I think it was a wise decision. People are always fucking complaining about it. But
Absolutely.
you see some of the comments that you tend to fire over in some of the other chat rooms as well. Yeah, definitely one of these characters from up Scotland. Yeah, I mean, I've spent a bit of time over in Scotland, and I can tell you that those guys are amongst. I spent time working up in Edinburgh, and that's Josh's home city, and the guys over there, like some of the nicest people I've ever met. And but if you're going to go to the pub with them, you're going to have to be, because those guys, they will just drink and drink and drink, and in the end what happened to me in the end is like I was almost horizontal, and they had to literally pick me up and then sort of put me on the stretcher and take me home, because those guys, even if you think you got the ability to drink scotch, not with those guys, so don't even bother trying to compete. But yeah, but you were right about one thing, official. Ben Davidson is a strange affiliation, and so Josh Taylor's time on the Coup D'Etat's pound-for-pound list could be extremely short, because if he employs a similar game plan to what he did with Tyson Fury, then but I can't really see it. I can't see Josh completely changing his style into some sort of a safety first back foot fighter, hit and not be hit. That's not really him. He's not an introvert. He's an extrovert as a fighter, and I can't see him being subdued, or there's no doubt about it that tightening up his defense wouldn't be bad, but there's a difference in doing that, whether it's a fighter who is using his legs as opposed to, you know, a conventional guard, or an active or a high guard, or trying modifying his guard and keeping his chin tucked down. So I'm not sure how that relationship is going to work going forward. Fortunate for Josh, it's going to be Ramirez. I don't think it's a massively difficult obstacle, but what Josh is going to have to face in that fight is a guy who may outwork him, maybe more prodigious in a combination puncher as well. So we'll see how that style works against somebody like that. But my confidence in Josh would have been significantly higher had he remained with Shane McGuigan, who's working with so many different fighters at so many different weight categories. So that was a very good relationship, and they had what appeared at the time, you know, good sort of synergy and working together. But it's always the way in boxing we're seeing, and no doubt one of Josh's reasons was, you know, certainly tax reasons in joining forces with Top Rank and benefiting from the tax regime over in Las Vegas, and federal income tax as well, compared to what he was paying over in the UK. So that's always the main reason why fighters, you know, tend to have all of these acrimonious departures from promoters and moving on to somebody else. But they never would reveal the actual reasons. But I don't blame him for it. having suffered from paying a high rate taxpayer. That's the reason why I set up my own company and went self-employed as well. So we all tend to do that. All right. Official, should we get on to number 5?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. My God, we're only halfway through it. All right. Splitting the rankings, we have none other than the great Roman Chocolito Gonzalez, number 5 on the Coup D'Etat of boxing's anti-mainstream, anti-fanboy, anti-politically charged. Roman has accrued a tremendous resume ranking career of 50 wins, the half century, only 2 controversial defeats, well, one of them anyway, which definitely should not have been the defeat. And therefore, if he didn't have a defeat in the first fight, then that begs the question: would there have been sufficient demand for a rematch? And I don't think they would have. So, and within those 50 victories, Roman has just an outstanding ratio of 41 knockouts. Now Gonzalez is the first boxer in certainly from Nicaragua, we know that, to win world championships in 4 weight categories, and he's the first fighter in history to win world championships at minimum weight, junior fly, and super flyweight. And what was key for Roman was surpassing, his mentor and the great and his idol and good friend was certainly early on in his career, former freeweight world champion in Alexis Arguello. Now Gonzalez, we know at the moment we know that he's the first boxer actually in history, and others have done it in succession to win championships at all of the 4 weight categories. Now with Gonzalez, he won the let's get on to this. So at Superfly, he's a 2-time world champion, current WBA, but previously he was the WBC world champion. He held the Ring Magazine and Lineal world champion at flyweight, having won the Lineal in Japan, and he was the champion from 2014 to 2016. He was the WBA super flyweight champion from, when was it, 2016 to 2017. So that was his only stint, ironically, as a world champion, being less than sort of 2 years. He also was the hold on, let me. One second. He was the the WBA, the WBC and the WBA have been his 2 titles he's won throughout, from junior fly, 2 years as a champion, 2 years at flyweight, from 2011 to 2013. He's beaten more past, present, and future unified world champions than anybody else currently in boxing. 5-time world champion at 4 different weight categories. And we've seen after his loss, highly controversial loss, losing the WBC World Champion to Srisaket Sorangvasai. We saw Gonzalez actually, unfortunately for him, he went into a period of severe depression, having suffered the death of his trainer and his very, very close friend following the death of Alexis Arguello. And Gonzalez having reunited with Tanaka, his former trainer in Japan, but that was kind of a difficult relationship. Gonzalez couldn't really spend time over in Japan, and Tanaka couldn't come to the UK except for a few weeks before the fight as well. So kind of had a lot of problems going into the rematch against Rangvasai. So very indifferent Gonzalez suffered quite a brutal sort of knockdown, which was very an exciting fight. But for a long career, and remember Gonzalez was around 69 and older as an amateur, so he's only had 2 official defeats, both amateur and professional. So a long career for a fighter from Nicaragua. It's kind of a strain on his body, fighting in different sort of continents, different training camps from Nicaragua. He's also trained in Santiago, Chile. From there, he's gone to Mexico, from Mexico to Japan, Japan to the United States. So fought, trained, had his won world championships in different sort of jurisdictions, which is also one of the reasons why he's remained high on the list. But has been one of the most exciting fighters in boxing that I've seen, certainly in recent times. I think Gonzalez would be comparable to all of the great flyweight, minimum flyweight, and super flyweight fighters in history. A brilliant boxing ability, a brilliant level of ring IQ, has fought unified champions in their prime, has fought undefeated champions. It's pretty much beaten everybody, not really suffered a lot of adversity in certainly the first around the 43, 44 fights. It's just a pity that a lot of boxing fans didn't really see the best of Gonzalez when he was actually fighting at 112 pounds, which may have been his best division. But we live in the era where fighters are forever, when they've had a period of domination, and fighters can't understand the domination that they've had at a certain weight category, that they're forever beckoning fighters to keep moving up and up in weight. So eventually, when Gonzalez had reached what some people thought that threshold of achieving his greatest aspirations of surpassing his idol, Alexis Arguello, becoming a 4-weight world champion, and having financial comfort as well, and also fighting above his natural weight category, where he was a dominant champion. And we're seeing at 115 pounds, Gonzalez has never really looked teetotal on the scales. He's carrying a little bit too much excess weight, too much, visceral fat you can see on him as well. It's too much water weight. Definitely as a fighter whose perfect weight, I think, is around sort of 110, 111, 112 pounds. That's his prime ideal weight for his 5 feet 3 inches as well. But even against bigger fighters as well, and fighters who have been on performance enhancing drugs as well, so he's had to deal with a hell of a lot of shit. The boxing gods clearly didn't want Gonzalez surpassing Floyd Mayweather as an undefeated champion above sort of 50-0 fights. So he's had to suffer that horrible loss against, Rangvasai, who the judges had basically assessed the fight on sort of visceral facial damage that Gonzalez had suffered in an early knockdown, but he dominated 8 rounds of that fight, so it wasn't too difficult to score the fight. But so that must have been a heartbreaking loss for him. But he's come back. He's had a period of being out of the ring, and we're seeing Gonzalez. I think the break allowed him to reflect, change his trainer, reassess his goals and what he wanted to do. Gonzalez has never been a unified champion at any sort of weight category. But like, Alexis Arguello as well, he'd never lost a world championship fighter when he was moving up and up weight categories. So he's kind of had that benefit, and a lot of fights against a lot of fighters that didn't quite happen as well. With Ioka, when Ioka was the regular champion, Gonzalez was the super champion at 112 pounds, and Gonzalez was around waiting for him, but that fight never happened. Other great fights against other former pound-for-pound fighters, and Giovanni Segura never happened as well, unfortunately. But that's not down to Gonzalez, declining challenges, and even a super fight with Naoya Inoue at 115 pounds didn't happen because Gonzalez was horribly robbed against, Rangasai, and that scuppered, that super fight as well. So, what more can you say about, the great man? Just one of the best boxers of all time. Doesn't matter that he's fighting at weight categories that some people perceive not to be significantly inferior. That's we've already covered that argument before. Boxing is about it. There is 17 weight categories. Not all fighters are 6'2" or 5'10". It is what it is. There's more talent. These guys are fighting each other. There's better fighters. There's better matchups. These guys are taking more punishment, but they ultimately have much better boxing skill and ability, which sadly is just completely forsaken, just completely overlooked. Kind of a subliminal blind spot when it comes to a lot of these fights. But you've just got to appreciate him for what he is, and as he's now into his 3rd decade as a world champion, which is remarkable. He's still looking very good. May have suffered just a little bit of natural degradation as fighters do. You've had over, he's had over 52 fights. For a small fighter, that's a lot of punishment. But such is his IQ and his ability that they can transition into different fighters and they can adapt. And we're seeing that, in his comeback, the way he knocked out Moses Fuentes, a very good former champion, knocked him out stone cold. Went back to Japan, then came back and beat an undefeated and a much bigger fighter in Khalid Yafai, a bantamweight former Olympian who shrank his body down to superfly, and that was just a perfect performance, a dominating performance from round 1 to whenever the knockdown occurred. That was about how you don't get really an archetypal breaking down, how to break down and knock out a fighter in the way he did, and that should go down in one of the blueprints in sort of educating young fighters in training manuals on how to sort of calibrate a victory like that. And also looks very good against Israel Gonzalez, who could, if it weren't for such a tough super flyweight division, could be a world champion, and arguably should have been a world champion in beating Khalid Yafai. So maybe Gonzalez and Israel Gonzalez should have been the world championship fight. But in any case, he's beaten both of them, and he beat them pretty in dominant fashion. And now he's going back to fight his old nemesis, his old counterpart, One Francisco Estrada, and finally Gonzalez can do what even Manny Pacquiao hasn't done in trying to sort of become a unified world champion, and that'll be um, that'll be a fitting tribute if he can achieve that in trying to in his legacy as being definitely as one of the best flyweight fighters of all time, but I think one of the best modern day fighters of all time.
Yes, definitely. And you're totally right about his weight. I mean, in my opinion, where okay, so one 112 was his best division weight-wise, but was also the division where he matured as a fighter. Because recently I was rewatching his fight. Was it at light flyweight against Takayama? Takayama, who by the way was very good boxer, and but many times in the fight he was making Chocolatito look a bit crude. But then the fights in 2012 against Estrada, or even Yaegashi in 2014, you saw a mixture of a matured fighter who already learned a lot of skills, and also his physical prime. He was much quicker than in this current division, and at this current time that he's, of course, he's past his prime. He's been a couple of years, but still good enough to make to number 5 of our list. So, and I do think that his skills did not diminish. It's just a mixture of him fighting much bigger guys. Not only that he moved up a weight division a couple of years ago, but in these current divisions there are fighters who were even too big for the division, for the set division. Like we are mentioning just his two previous fights against Yafai and Israel Gonzalez, both of them very huge. And Yafai, who was definitely not the best titleist at that division, but was still damn good, and visibly bigger than Chocolatito Gonzalez. Now the same thing happened against Israel that you just mentioned, and I do completely agree. If we were not talking about 115, if you put Israel Gonzalez in a division like I don't know, 147, same guy with the same height in a pound for pound sense and the same skills, he would be rated much higher in those other divisions who are not that deep talent wise. So it just tell you in what division he's fighting. And yeah, like I'm telling you, I don't think that his skills diminished, but more that a fact that he's fighting the bigger fighters, much bigger than him, and also that he's slowing down physically. Um, Against Israel Gonzalez, he was still able to showcase an amazing work rate, but I saw him getting a bit tired, a bit gassed out from time to time. So, but despite that, he was still able to showcase really impressive work rate. And the way he beat him, such a quality fighter as Israel, really tells me something. And I do rate both of these last two victories that he had very highly. Um, Again, we are talking about a super deep division. Look, we went through 6 names on our pound for pound list, and out of these 6 names, 2 of them are from the super flyweight division. So it really tells you something. Now he's about to face Estrada, 2 top 10 pound for pound guys, not only on our pound for pound lists, but on many others as well. So yeah, extremely talented fighter, and you have to keep in mind that although he kinda adapted a bit to this weight class, meaning that when he first moved up to 115, the way he was looking, he was, like you said, too pudgy. Now he's looking a bit less pudgy at weigh-ins, but still carrying, a bit of unnecessary weight. And if he's able to beat him up like that, despite his dimensions, it's clear that we're talking about a top caliber guy. Now, of course he's not in his prime, but still doing much better things than most of the fighters. That's why he's on our place 5. What else could I say? Yeah, his defensive skills. I mean, I touch a bit on it on our review of his fight against Isabel Gonzalez, but the way he's able to defend himself, his defense is very. I don't know how to. I'm not able to find the right word. But
Fucking spectacular.
yeah, and yeah, he is getting hit. I mean, not even a lot, but he's getting hit due to his extremely offensive style. But still, what he's able to do, he doesn't have one single defensive style that he's defending. He can do it all, and he can mix it up. He can mix up his defense only in the exchanges in 5-6 ways. He can parry, he can use the shoulder roll. I mean, really underrated defense. Yeah, for me clearly he's doing more than what most of the others hyped up boxers are doing. And yeah, you touched on him losing pound for pound number 1 spot after, in our opinion, both your and mine getting robbed in the first fight against Rungvisai, because just like you, me too, I had him winning 8 rounds in that fight, 7 at least, but 7 really clear rounds. And yeah, it also fucked up a possible fight against Inoue, because back then they had Inoue flying over to LA to watch their fights ringside, so they were surely counting on making that fight. Okay, I'm still not totally sure if the fight would be made, being that Inoue ended up skipping that division, but still it was a real possibility. But the thing is, see, when he was fighting Sor Rungvisai for the first time, what I wanted to say, yeah, a fight between Andre Ward and Sergey Kovalev was already in place, remember. Back then it was already in place. I don't know if it already happened, but at least it was agreed on. And we knew in advance that Ward would have a couple of fights, tune-up fights, before fighting Kovalev. And it was when you were able to see clear manipulation of pound-for-pound boxing lists by the boxing establishment, mainly the one based in the US, being that, well, every big TV station that was transmitting boxing fights, the magazines, it's all placed in the US. So, and by the way, at the same time, you had both Ward and Kovalev signed to HBO, just like Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez. So they simply could not wait to announce a fight between Ward and Kovalev, being for pound number 1. It just tells you everything. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm bored. Corruption. I clearly remember when he came back after his second fight, I think he was already back at like number 8, 9, or 7 of some pound for pound lists. Then, having his very last tune-up fight, he was already on pound for pound number 4 before facing Kovalev. If man,
Yeah. After what, 3 tune-up fights against
yeah,
Paul Smith and some Colombian who apparently still lives in the jungle now. Some Andre Ward who never had a victory against any marquee fighters who were previously undefeated. It's the biggest, just one of the biggest fallacies in boxing.
huge hype job. I mean,
A good fighter, no doubt about it. But in terms of skills and ability, and a fighter who was very happy and just remaining in Oakland, United States, had no interest fighting anywhere else around the world. He felt going to Atlantic City was like going to a different country. He was complaining about going to Atlantic City. No, man, this is like me fighting in China. That's what he was saying.
Yes, it was for the Kovalev fight, right? Because he was still asking for the fight to take place in Oakland or something like that. I know too.
Which is kind of ironic, given that his father is Irish, But he's an Olympian, so clearly he's travelled the globe. But that was always the duel that they wanted to purport. Gonzalez and Andre Ward, and so much criticism against Gonzalez that but it was due to the unknown. They simply, boxing fans had never even seen him fight. They were like, how is he on the pound for pound list? But whenever great fighters or some retired fighters, when they were choosing to talk about the so-called contest between the top two, they were actually very supportive of Gonzalez, because they had actually, I remember even heavyweights even speaking about Gonzalez, because they'd commentated on some of his fights and they'd watched him, so they were like, no, this guy is the real deal. It's just a shame that US boxing fans have not seen him. So they just basing it on just blatant, discrimination and the sheer unknown. But also with Gonzalez official, and it's not really a criteria, but you've got to look at the overall sort of evolution in the so-called macroeconomic significance of his career, in the way he's almost transcended fighters at flyweight. We've seen boxing events theoretically being devised after what he's done, superfly tournaments, etc. And we're seeing a lot more showcase and a lot more emphasis on super flyweight fighters in pound for pound and mainstream rankings, and they're held in much greater esteem, far more widespread recognition and acknowledgement of these so-called fighters. We're seeing larger television audiences. We're seeing greater gate receipts in some of these fighters as well.
Yes.
So that's just a testament to him as a fighter, and the way he's entertained. And you spoke about defense, official. The transition from defense to offense and offense to defense for such an aggressive power puncher, you don't get better defense as you do it. You're not talking about defense when he's actually running away, and then it's landing a Lara or a Floyd Mayweather. But the defense when you're actually engaging, or you're in punching range and using multi variants of a defense, and tricking and shoulder rolling and ducking and diving and shaking and shimmying, and extraordinary, like opening up punches. So of course you're going to be there to hit, because when you're opening up, you're at your most vulnerable. But you got to only look at the amount of punches that he's actually taken, being at that sort of range, and the damage he's done, and the punches that he's blocked, parried, and shimmied, and it's it really is just fascinating actually seeing him at that sort of range. And you're right, the defense is just it's almost like a mini sort of Golovkin at that sort of range. Like them two are very similar, so it's kind of fitting that they used to sort of train together as well when they were sort of fighting on each other, sort of undercards or cards, etc. So yeah, just not much more you can say.
Oh, trust me, I have
This
a
could
lot
be
more
a
to
show just dedicated to Gonzalez, but then guys will be criticizing us for being, what's up with this anti-fanboy? You guys sound like fanboys, but
Man, and yeah, just a few more things. I mean, I trust me, I could go on for days about Chocolatito, but yeah, even his defeat in the rematch to Sor Rungvisai, which happened, you can say, fairly recently. I mean, it was no shame in losing to him, being that I had him as a contender for one of the spots on our list, and he definitely was on my list just up till maybe a year ago. He was, first of all, he's a huge, immense puncher at 115. Plus, he's a huge 115 pounder, and has very underrated skills as well, and had the right style to trouble Gonzalez. Plus the way he got fucked over in the first fight, and him switching trainers, his trainer dying. Uh, it's clear that his head was not at the right place. But even despite that, he was able to come back and take two tune-up fights. I mean, fight against Fuentes was his tune-up fight. Who, okay, yeah, he was past it by the way he fought Chocolatito, no doubt, but very good fighter. So, and plus he had a knee injury that he overcome, the recent surgery, before coming back, fighting a tune-up against Diakos in Yokohama, then going on to fight Yafai and Gonzalez. And oh, I'm sure I wanted to say a couple of more things, but I also want to give a shout out to John Gonzalez, to Apology Man, and to Mark Unravel Boxing Talk, who's asking, is there a way to donate to the show? Well, not for now, but thank you very much. Also, Apology said he finds it strange Inoue didn't fight any of the top flyweights, excluding Narvaez. Well, yeah, it's a big question. Why? I mean, I don't want to speak about it right now, because we are going to the next to number 4. But yeah, it's still unclear what happened.
I'll cover
Yeah,
that in a separate show. But Gonzalez's early career with Tekken Promotions, and I've already mentioned the 3 fights that should have happened, but um, it's not easy getting an abundance of information, and there's not a lot in the public domain regarding why those fights never happened. So it's kind of difficult to try and attribute blame to any individual party. It's that would be simply wrong to do so. But you can only judge a fighter by his overall body of work and the challenges he's taken up, and then you can only make your conclusion. Does he have that sort of is that within his capacity, or has he done it in the past to avoid challenges at certain weights and moving up and dumping belts and moving up? Or but Gonzalez had always remained, or had a 2-year reign and a number of defenses at all of his lower weights before moving up to Superfly. So a lot of the fights, could have happened, but other fighters were also looking to move up different weights. So um, and economically as well, they're not getting a lot of money as well. So they're looking to move up to the marquee divisions where they can actually make a decent financial standard of living for themselves. They're having to leave their domestic countries and take refuge and set up temporary home in a different country and learn different languages. So there's so much economic hardship that it's only when you interview these fighters that you get some sort of appreciation of and with Gonzalez, he had tremendous financial hardship, even though he was affiliated with Aguayo, but his community had to fundraise for him so that he could move from Nicaragua and fight over in Mexico and then travel to Japan, fight over there. So very tough for him. So generally they have to fight in the big money fights when they happen, if and when they happen and where they happen. It's tough. But from everything that I've looked into, I don't see a lot of I couldn't attribute blame to Gonzalez for avoiding Segura or a Narvaez or an Ioka at 112 pounds. Ioka wanted to move up anyway and become a three-time champion. So had the sanctioning body try to order a consolidation of the WBAs, and it's possible that could have happened, but it's really down to them. So but the fight may still happen, at 115. Hopefully, the winner of the forthcoming unification will fight Ioka, who has the other belt at 115, who's kind of keen to have those fights. So maybe everything happens for a reason, and destiny and fate. We'll have to wait for that, but I'll talk a lot more about Gonzalez in a different show. I've got a lot of footage and notes from going years back, which I'll try and get into in some interviews that he had on Japanese TV that somebody was able to translate and send me some notes, etc. So it's kind of an interesting introspection into his whole upcoming. I think Gonzalez spoke about his journey into Japan, and it was actually very, very good stuff. But official, I think we've devoted sufficient time to Gonzalez. Let's get on to number 4, right?
Never enough.
Which is ironically number 4 in the Coup D'Etat pound for pound rankings. We have none other than Kazuto Ioka. Career which has been around actually for quite a long time, but Ioka has amassed 28 victories against only 2 defeats, which are also controversial, with 15 wins coming by way of knockout. We know Ioka has joined in the footsteps of Roman Gonzalez and Donny Nietes in the only 3 in that illustrious group to be 4-weight world champions, having held the WBO super flyweight title since 2019. Ioka previously held the unified WBA and WBC minimum world championships between, when we think that was between 2011 and 2012. the WBA regular light flyweight title between 2012 and 2014, I believe, and the WBA flyweight title between 2015 and 2017. So a very decorated professional career. Comes from a boxing family. His father's younger brother, I believe, was a former flyweight world champion. Ioka had a pretty good amateur career. Unfortunately, never went to the Olympics, but I think he had like a 93-10, something like that career. Did well domestically, sort of regionally in Japan. Won a number of international tournaments, but at some of the key tournaments suffered some defeats. So, unfortunately for him, never was an Olympian. But as a professional, has amassed a very decorated career with a number of victories against a number of not only previously undefeated champions, but fighters who subsequently went on to win world championships. So fought a lot of fighters in their prime, even before their prime. As a boxer, we saw recently in defeating a freeweight world champion, which was one of his first fights that worldwide boxing fans paid close attention to, for a number of reasons, given that he was a fight at the time when the boxing card is not as star-studded and packed, but there was a lot of hype regarding the fight. And Ioka, with his having made a cross-promotional decision, which was wise, and fighting in the United States to try and showcase his ability, but he's fought around the world, fought in Thailand, in Japan, and in the United States. Has beaten very good fighters, unified against Yagashi, having beaten, Freshmark for his first world championship titles, beaten a very good undefeated champion at the time, Jose Alfredo, who was a beast at the time. Beat him for a world championship title as well. A number of good defenses, even at minimum weight, against tough fighters, future world champions in Juan Hernandez Navarrete, who I rated very highly as a fighter. Went on to win the WBC flyweight world championship against Nopon Chokchai over in Thailand, who was a power punching beast in the half and destroyed him. Fought against Revaco as well. That fight, it was adjudicated as being a very close fight. I think it may have been a majority decision, but for me, I don't think it was a close fight. I felt Ioka was the dominant fighter, but revisited that and took care of Reveco the second fight. So I like that as well. Trying to any sort of controversy that is against him, he wants to clean the slate and against. It's kind of ironic that Amnat Ronrang was actually scuppered him back in the amateurs when he was trying to fight for one of the major sort of amateur titles. I think he suffered a loss against him, and we saw what happened with Ranrang for the IBF World Championship, which was one of the craziest fights you'd see. I think one of the judges had it like a 1:19.09, despite the run getting deducted a point for hitting after the break. But he was Run was the master of getting, hometown decisions, getting insulated by judges and referees. Um, it's one of the reasons why I think Maruti Mithilani didn't really want to fight, Ranrang. He probably would have suffered the same fate. But nevertheless, um, the defeat and the highly controversial defeat it was didn't hinder him, didn't mentally destroy him. Um, had a lot of pressure fighting in Japan as well, because he was kind of the he was amassing huge number of television audiences in Japan. Like, so he was financially very comfortable, had a lot of media attention, but he kind of reveled in it as well, and he was seen as the Japanese sort of playboy over there. Got involved, got married, and that caused a lot of difficulties between his father, who was his trainer, and his wife, and that kind of led to him, retiring from the sport as well. His dad had definitely expressed that he didn't really want to train him anymore, so there was a lot of family rifts. So he took a little break out of boxing, and he came back, hooked up with a different sort of international promoter, tried to come back fighting in the United States, and we saw against former world boxing champions as well, Mick Williams Arroyo, what he did against him as well, and against Donny Nietes, which a lot of people put that down as a a highly sort of controversial fight. That fight was for the vacant WBO championship over in Japan. Two freeweight world champions trying to become four-weight world champions. Donny Nietes got the decision in that, but Ioka came back, fought Aston Pelikte, another Filipino fighter for the world championship. Managed to stop him, and we saw in his recent fight with a freeweight world champion, against pretty much against the expectations of certainly a lot of younger boxing fans, but even the betting markets as well. He put on a scintillating performance in schooling a young fighter and just literally systematically outboxing him, outfighting him, and knocking out a previously undefeated freeweight world champion. And that kind of encapsulates his fighting style, because although Ioka is super aggressive, we saw with Kosei Tanaka what he did. He was luring the aggressive nature of a fighter and turning his advantages into disadvantages. So setting up those fighters, and we saw with Tanaka the power that Ioka, who may not be significantly heavy-handed, but the way Tanaka, the forward momentum of Tanaka in when he was looking to try and hook and try and land punches with Ioka, his ability to actually counter punch. So those fighters not even seeing the shots, and the sheer momentum of Tanaka just trying to come forward and step into those punches, and when you're not seeing those punches and they're landing from a counter punching stand, some of the left hooks he was landing, it kind of exacerbates the power, and that's due to timing. You don't have to be heavy-handed. It's just having the understanding and the awareness and knowing when to punch in between a punch or punch with a puncher. Even when fighters and pressure fighters have, and certainly Revico was trying to upset the rhythm that Ioka is almost famous for having, can be very rhythmic, but also when he gets a little bit aggressive with his punches, and he's a combination puncher as well, and he is a very good body puncher. The abilities to set up those punches with a very good jab, and he can go off rhythm with his jab. Actually, it's not always in sync. He can change it against pressure fighters. He'll actually go off key. So I think he's very much an offbeat kind of anecdotal sort of rhythmic fighter. So he can kind of sort of adapt like a chameleon to different sort of boxing styles. Technically and fundamentally very good, but aggressively and stylistically as well, he can adapt the different sort of punches, tall fighters, counter punches, inside fighters, pressure fighters who can kind of smother him and utilize dirty tactics. That's the one thing he doesn't like, and he's struggled against that as well. Although he can fight on the inside, but some of the referees have not been they've not really allowed him to actually fight at those at some of those ranges. So he's kind of had the bad rub of the green with some of these referees as well. But he's beaten, so many current, former, future world champions. It's a very good career, and he's still, the break, I don't think did him too bad, like a little bit like with Gonzalez. Still has age. Definitely isn't finished in that sense. You don't see any major, degradation as well. I didn't see any sort of deterioration in his speed, but his understanding and the experience that he's amassed makes him more of an articulate sort of cerebral boxer. He can coast to victory as well, so he doesn't have to risk too much out and out. I think he understands that when he's sometimes at his most vulnerable is when he's actually really opening up with his punches. That's when defensively he may not be at his best. When he's really opening up with combinations, that's when he can definitely get countered, and he can definitely get countered with shorter hooks, certainly right hooks as well, because he's always looking for that 1-2-1 and come up and finish up against the body as well. So, but has a good chin. We've seen him taking, monster punches against very heavy-handed fighters in Alvarado and even Hernandez at those weight categories was a big puncher. Alfredo was also a big puncher. Yagashi could punch as well. So all in all, pretty much has everything. Good fundamentals, good technique. Brilliant body puncher, good combination puncher, can set up his punches, very good jab, beautiful footwork, can fight at pretty much any ranges, can even fight inside the pocket. Pretty much has it all. Not many more superlatives you can actually attach to him, and let's hope that he sticks to his word, and that he will take on the other incumbents of the champions at 115 pounds, because a lot of these fights really should have happened at 112 pounds when he was the regular champion. It's just such a pity that the WBA didn't order those consolidation fights, because we would have had some really spectacular fights. But we're still hopeful. He wants the fights. I think he's a big enough name now both in Japan, and I think he's gaining serious notoriety in the United States as well. I think the fight with Tanaka definitely showcased his talent to, you know, certainly audiences in the United Kingdom, definitely in Europe, as well as the States as well. So, um, yeah, big things ahead for him as well.
Yes, but at the same time, it's a bit confusing because at the same time, and this all of these talks, contradictory talks, appeared even before, right before the fight against Tanaka, and one of them is that he will be looking to fight the other champions in at 115. The other is of him retiring very possibly soon, and probably the Tanaka fight being his very last one. But at the same time, yeah, Andre Rodriguez, by the way, in the chat room, he's talking about Salas and Ioka wanting to fight Inoue also. So it's very confusing what is going to happen with him. But for so far, an amazing fighter, another one with great ring IQ and extremely cerebral fighter. He can really adapt to everything, can box many ways. I saw him as a pressure fighter, as a pure boxer, as a counter puncher, and look, his performance against Tanaka is so impressive to me. I just want you to keep in mind that this is not just me being high of that very recent victory from just 2 3 weeks ago, but this performance is going to be remembered as one of his very best performance ever, because he was really clinical in that fight. Um, while doing my when doing my film study for that fight before it had taken place, I was kind of worried of how good is he going to look on the inside, because I mainly had his fight against McWilliam Saroyo in mind, and it was another, I would say, in my own opinion, a very good, extremely good, big victory for him, because McWilliam Saroyo he was really tough, never been knocked out. He's huge. He's a very good boxer and had the exact style to really bother Ioka. He was counter punching in between Ioka's punches with in combos, not with single punches but with combos, and that way he was really able to hurt Ioka a lot. So I had a fear for Ioka that Tanaka would be able to try something similar against him, but I have to give huge credit to Ioka because his defense was better than I ever saw it before. Really amazing, both offensive and defensive performance. He was really clinical. Uh, I mean, I was already crediting Kazuto Ioka for keeping his left glove next to his chin all the time, and really doing an amazing job of blocking punches, covering himself, making the opponents miss. But this was on another level, and he showed a lot of calmness. Totemo shizuka desu. I mean, the way he was defending against Tanaka and his combos was, I, I'm just lost for words, because many fighters would panic under those attacks, because Tanaka is looking to throw combos from mid range, and 3, 4, 5 piece combos, and most of them, well, what they would do, they would try to block and get immediately on the outside, and but it would be a death sentence against Tanaka to give him to take just a step away from to get outside of his range, because with him throwing punches in bunches, in combos, and him being really explosive, he would be able to catch most of them. But he was, when Tanaka would attack him with 1, 2, 3, he would block a jab at mid range. Then when Tanaka is throwing a straight right hand, he would get on the inside, and after then, when Tanaka is looking to throw a left hook, he would get outside. So during one combo of Tanaka, while Tanaka is throwing one combo, 1, 2, 3, Ioka is changing. He's already in 3 different ranges for 3 different punches, and his timing, again, one more thing that I was crediting him with, and having an excellent timing. But this fight, it was even better. And plus, being that he was fighting a puncher who throws a lot of combos, explosive combos, it was really clinical how he was catching him with counters. I mean, I don't want to talk about this fight only, but let me just say that go and rewatch the fight against Tanaka. The way he was countering him, he was setting that punch the whole time since the second round. As Tanaka was coming in with 1, 2, 3s, he would duck underneath the jab and then throw a throwaway straight right hand just to bother him, and then continue with the left hook. He was confusing Tanaka with that when he was ducking his 1-2s and throwing that how do you say it, a straight right counter that was not really to hurt or catch Tanaka with something huge, but rather to confuse him, because a fighter would usually expect one single counter punch, but for him it was a setup for the left hook. So he would duck, throw a setup straight right from below, and then come up with the left hook. Really clinical performance. Now, when I was watching his fight against Dani Nietes, you remember very well, I told you that I thought that Ioka won that fight very easily, but when rewatching that fight, I was thinking, man, what was I talking? It was hell of a fight. And I'm not sure who should have won that fight in between Nietes and Ioka, but it was an excellent fight. Nietes also being a pound for pound top 10 caliber guy for years. It's just too bad that I slept on him for years. I was not really paying attention to him. Such a tricky fighter, such a skilled fighter, amazing beast. And even having a close fight against such a fighter in Nietes tells you on what level Kazuto Ioka is. His performance against Ashton Palikte was also amazing. He really destroyed him, a much bigger guy. So it tells you, fighting a small tricky guy in Nietes who can counter punch, bugs, fight on the inside, fighting huge Palikte who was pressuring him, then fighting heavier Sintron just before Tanaka. Not extremely experienced at the highest level, but extremely talented southpaw boxer. It was another performance where he was doing a lot of amazing things. And
But he had to come back. Sintron had some good early pressure, good early rounds, but he made adjustments in the fight.
Yes, exactly. And Sintron, he was giving him a lot of trouble with his movement, with his foot speed, and the lateral movement, and catching him off balance while Yoka was stacking him. And that was another reason I was kind of worried for Yoka against Tanaka, not to get caught the same way, because Sintron was catching him with some really great counter punches. Running Yoka into his counters, but Yoka was able to adapt to it as well. And what else? Yeah, you were mentioning the fight against Ruan Wrong. Very tough fight that I think I thought Yoka won it, deserved the victory, but Ruan Wrong, first of all, it was happening on his home turf, and the second thing is that he was really, really tough, really at the same time rugged and uncomfortable fighter to fight. Uh, he
And the
was
one
give
thing official about that fight is that Ronring was actually catching Ioka with a lot of his own counter punches. Ronring is a
Yes,
very underrated counter puncher.
yes, that's exactly what I was about to tell you, because yeah, he was kind of throwing wide punches, etc. But he was waiting on the ropes the whole time, and
Yes.
really keeping him on his way in. And Ioka, to his credit, in this regard, he reminds me of Chocolatito Gonzalez, meaning that I'm still at this point of his career, I'm seeing amazing skills in the improvements. I mean, it's not like that he was not able to showcase all the skills before. He was able to showcase them in some fights earlier in his career, but not to this point, not at this level, and not this constantly. Really looks to me like an improved fighter. To me personally, this was out of I haven't seen all of his fights during his pro career, but most of them I did, all of them that I was able to find on the internet. And this fight against Tanaka was without any doubt an amazing performance and my favorite one from Ioka.
See, with Tanaka, yet another example when you have a fighter who relies on their natural talent and heart. There's a certain threshold. Now with Kosei, he's a fighter. He's not a boxer. He's a fighter, and a fighter who fights with his heart on his sleeve. And
Mhm.
at minimum weight and at junior fly, he had to resort to his power to get him out of trouble. Some of those fights, and certainly the championship fights, he was actually losing the fight, so he had to rely on his power, to kind of save him. So there was deficiencies we could see there. So against Ioka, when it comes to a fighter like that, your natural talents, like your rugged style, your combination punching, your pressure fighting, your inside fighting, can only take you certain far. But if you've never developed a jab and you've never developed good defense, um, that's only going to take you that far. And it only took him as far as 112 pounds. And we saw what was starting to happen against heavier power punches, and he was starting to take damage and facial damage and broken orbital sockets, and that was a worrying indication. But that could still happen even with a good defense. If you're fighting against a power puncher like like an Angel Acosta, who is knocking out cats with one punch, vicious
Yeah.
left hooks, knocking them out clean. So there's always a tendency that could happen. But for me, that was the worrying signs for Tanaka, that you cannot fight Yoko against that. And what Yoko also did, he actually old manned him. He played so many mind games with Tanaka, and you could see he was very nervous. Gloved up so early, agitated, burning too
Yes.
much energy, pacing up and down. what was Ioka? He was the complete polar opposite, just strolling in. He's got his hair greased back like the Yakuza mafiosa. He
Yeah.
really didn't give a fuck. He was just relaxed as hell. So he old man Tanaka, and you could see Tanaka in the ring. Just too too many nerves, but he never. That's not an excuse, but he never really had those fundamentals that you need against a fighter like him. And not only did he expose that, but he he manipulated, as you were mentioning, Tanaka with those shots. Using those decoy punches for his left hooks, and then Tanaka just walking into them, not even realizing the trap that was set with those kind of fadeaway right hooks he was throwing, and then walking into those left hooks. It's kind of really an example to these young fighters, that when you go up against these cerebral fighters that that those sort of aggressive tendencies that you have are not going to work, especially when you're moving up in weight as well. If you're going to be bold enough to fight a champion straight away at 115, even though you're the younger fighter who may look like the bigger, he was the more sort of physically chiseled fighter, but that doesn't matter. It comes down to your boxing school, your education, and no wonder why Tanaka is talking about now, moving away from his father, because we're seeing that the limitations with his father. He's gotta work on defense, and he's got to develop a jab, and it's surprising that he just hasn't done so. Um, so a lesson that a very painful and debilitating lesson, but I don't think it's going to be a bad lesson for Tanaka going forward. It's a real wake up call for him. So if he has aspirations of re-entering the pound for pound coup d'etat list, uh, um, the lessons are there. He needs to go back and revisit the footage. Learn. He's got to have that humbleness, and I think he does have it, to say that there's just too many gaps, both offensively and defensively, that I got to work on, and I've got to remediate. I think working with a new trainer is a good idea as well. Hopefully, they can implement what he needs to do, because I think what he does have, he has all of the other very good aspects that could really elevate his career. So if he can combine them with those just fundamentals that he desperately needs, who knows, in a few years' time he'll be a more all-round complete fighter as well. So there's still hope for Kosei. So I'm sure with the coup d'etat, once we've taken over, the Tyrol Palace in Bavaria in futures come, Kosei hopefully will be back with a new trainer, be doing some good things, super flyweight, star-studded division. We've already got 3 guys here. If Donny Nietes was still active, he could have been the 4th.
Yes.
Tanaka, we were contemplating, could have had 5 super flyweight fighters in the top 10, which would have been outrageous. But no, I think that would have been a detriment to the other fighters. But Ioka could have even been higher than that. But as we said, a lot of the fighters between 1 and 4 very interchangeable. I think no one's really fixated at position number 1, and even with the similar 5 to 10, they can all be pretty sort of interchangeable. So official.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I would just say that Before this fight, I had Tanaka on my pound for pound list, but I dropped him since that performance. Not only as if he did something bad, but because there are a lot of other fighters that are good and that even couldn't make our list. But yeah, Yoka definitely. By the way, huge shout out to Andre Rodriguez. I didn't know that Salas was working with Yoka for such a long time. He's telling me they've known each other for 16, 70 years, because it was unclear to me since when did he start working with Yoka. Uh, I know that his father was his trainer, but I remember at the McWilliams Arroyo fight that he went with another trainer. I'm not sure who was that, but yeah, Yoka, impressive fighter. I could even have him higher on the list, definitely.
Yeah. No, Ishmael Charles has had a long relationship with Yoko. It's a little bit like with the controversial figure JD's and Deontay Wilder. Like JD's and Wilder go back a number of years as well, way before sort of Mark Breland. Hence the reason why I think he resorted to keep JD's as opposed to Mark Breland, just because on the
Mm.
basis of how long their relationship together is. But okay. Number 4. Now we'll swiftly move on to number 3. And the Coup D'Etat Boxing's number 3, we went for Alexander Usyk. And for the reasons we stipulated at the very start, that political roadblocks which have been constraining his career at heavyweight are not factors to remove him off the list, or to not even take into account of what may have transpired, because we've already talked about Usyk in the past, that the mandatory position that he's had for heavyweight, had he had a promoter who was working for his vested interests, then Usyk could have exercised those berths, and it is highly possible that he could have been the unified world heavyweight champion this past 2020, but for other reasons, and certainly with injury as well, that he isn't. But nevertheless, Usyk has accrued an 18 victory career thus far, with 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Now we know that Usyk has reigned supreme as the undisputed world champion at cruiserweight in 2018, until he vacated the belts in 2019, being the first boxer in history to become, or to hold championships in all of the 4 major world championship categories, and he was the fastest fighter to become a world champion at cruiserweight, having surpassed the great Evander Holyfield, who's a 3-time undisputed. So for a fighter with not that many professional fights, has achieved a tremendous amount of success. And for some of the categories we talked about earlier on as well, the ability to fight or to win world championships, not on domestic soil, but to fight in the home countries of his opponents, and put on very good displays, and to beat undefeated champions as well. He's done it all. There's not that many road warriors in boxing who can kind of emulate what Alexander has done. very unique. It's kind of weird. He talked about it as an amateur as well, that what he did as an amateur in fighting out of the Ukraine after a lot of the regional championships that he had. He won a lot of his success over in London as well, being European, world, and Olympic world championships. A tremendous amateur career, but as a professional, he took all of the boxing ability and the kind of unique boxing ability he had as a cruiserweight. We never really saw that amount of footwork, almost replicating his good friend and training partner and countryman in Vasily Lomachenko. Is almost like a fights like a featherweight at sort of cruiserweight, but has a tremendous all-round game. Maybe fights a little bit better on the back foot, but he can definitely fight leading as well. There's nothing that he can't do. Has tremendous work ethic, can control distance and range, can pretty much win a fight with just a jab if he has to. When you really uncorks it, has frightening hand speed. For a 200-pound sub 200-pound plus fighter is extraordinary. Can increase his work output as fights progress. So is a testament to his conditioning and his endurance. Definitely can fight. If the fight was 15 rounds, I think it wouldn't really pose a problem for him. Has a very good chin. Has underrated counter-punching ability and underrated body attacks. They think he's just he kind of gets pigeonholed as just being a sort of a distance and range fighter, but he's a fighter who understands how to fight as a southpaw, is a master of employing lead hand control and lead footwork, getting prime position against fighters, neutralizing some of their power punches, some of their strongest facets. Just an extraordinary fighter. I think one of the best fighters I think I've seen in the last decade or so. I've been following Usyk. Had the benefit of watching him fight live in the amateurs twice, both at the Olympic Games and the World Series of Boxing as well. Fought much bigger fighters in his previous campaign at super heavyweight, but he came back down. But he's pretty much moved from the late 160s to the sort of 200 pounds. So he's kind of fought pretty much everybody through all of those weight categories early on as an amateur, once he actually settled down and started fighting from super heavyweight to heavyweight. But at cruiserweight, clearly a dominating stretch, but then he went back down, fought Tony Bellew, who was the champion in recess or whatever it was at the WBC, just to try and eliminate all doubt. So that kind of, I kind of like that as well. So he defended his undisputed, championships as opposed to giving them up straight away. So to eliminate any doubt in anybody's mind that he was the number one fighter at cruiserweight. And moving up to the professional ranks, moving up to heavyweight, it's kind of been a little bit frustrating, but he's had injuries, and it's yet another example of fighters with such a protracted and deep and diverse career, especially amateur, the stresses and strains, the injuries, it kind of take its toll as well, and especially with Usyk, who's making the transition from cruiserweight to heavyweight, so he's kind of redeveloping his body, maybe putting on more muscles to kind of increase his mass and his frame and his size, but without too much reduction to his speed and his endurance as well. So it's kind of very very sort of experimental, and it's a testing career. But he fought Chaz Witherspoon, and people shitted on Chaz Witherspoon as well, but they don't really, Usyk, when he moved up to heavyweight, he was looking to fight. Alexander Povetkin was his first named opponent he wanted to fight, and then after Povetkin, he was fighting Anthony Joshua for the Unified World Heavyweight Championships. That was kind of what he mapped out to to K2 Promotions. So Povetkin was the one who talked about maybe delaying the fight. He didn't want to fight Usyk at that time. He wanted to wait, try and build up the fight, try and maybe fight Usyk after the Hunter fight. So unfortunately for Usyk, it's been very frustrating, and he has not had a promoter, as I've aforementioned, who is there for his vested interest. I think I was very critical of the matchup from the start, and that's the way it's panned out, because Eddie Hearn clearly does not want. I feel he doesn't want Usyk as the champion, because there's not a lot of money in Usyk being, the world heavyweight champion, especially with fighting under the zone and fighting, in the United Kingdom as well. Clearly, Eddie Hearn wants the belts to remain on Anthony Joshua, and you can understand it from an economic standpoint, and what Joshua has, the amount of money and revenue he's actually generated for Eddie Hearn. But so it's been kind of frustrating with Alexander that he's not been able to get that shot. And what I like about Usyk is that he doesn't want to fight for no vacant world championships. He wants to become undisputed, to try and emulate what he did at cruiserweight, and he wants to fight. He wants Joshua and he wants Tyson Fury, and those are the only two fighters that I think would give him the kind of satisfaction that he would derive from winning world championships. Fighting against a Joyce or a Joseph Parker for a vacant WBA world championship. I think that would I think it would be depressing for me, and it would be depressing for Usyk as well, and for boxing fans, because I think he certainly has the capabilities of beating Joshua. And had the fight taken place when Usyk was high on the momentum of coming from cruiserweight to heavyweight, certainly with the surprise element as well, I don't think he would have needed any sort of acclamation fights at heavyweight. I think he could have taken Joshua straight off the bat, and people will have differing opinions, but I think he would have had the boxing ability to have beaten Joshua, maybe outpointed him, definitely outboxed him, I feel, even with all of the physical disadvantages that he has. But that's the mark of the fighter, what he's looking to do. Any fighter who he has the greatest adversity, what he's looking to overcome. When you're talking about giving away 5-6 inches in height, even up to 20, 30, 40, 50, or 60 pounds in weight. So if Alexander Usyk does become the heavyweight champion, now that would be the greatest singular achievement that any fighter has achieved in any of the 17 weight categories currently in boxing. I don't think anything else would even replicate that, even if it was what it's looking like, possibly a Joe Joyce for a vacant title. That's not a bad fight, but we know Usyk has already beaten Joyce in the World Boxing Super Series, so it shows the pedigree that he had against heavyweights even back then, being the much smaller fighter. And that wasn't a fight that he was standing and trading with Joyce, and the way he was counterpunching him, um, that it it just shows the ability he has, and he's a fighter. First and foremost, he has tremendous boxing ability, but he's a fighter. He will stand there and he will fight with you, which he did with against Marius Breeders and people like that. He's not going to run. He's going to stand there and fight and trade. If he's going to have to take punishment, so be it. It doesn't matter, but that's what he'll do. Eventually, he'll make small adjustments, as he does do, as he did with Breeders as well, and started walking Breeders down, pressurizing Breeders. Totally changed his tactics in the back end of the fight, and that was very impressive. Kind of an elongated sort of description, but just a brilliant fighter. Can be number one, number two, number three, and maybe no lower than that. But
Yes, and man, great points, because, like you said, you just mentioned his fight against Breedis, and a fight that was similar in a way to that fight was his fight against Bellew, where despite him looking amazing on his back foot, switching in between mid and long ranges, using his footwork and timing, excellent timing, he's able to, like they say, duke it out, when he needs to, and that's something that I do find impressive as well. Skill wise, very, not very good, excellent fighter. Now, yeah, he, like you said, not only a long range fighter, but he would spend a lot of time, most of the time, at mid and mid and long range, and he does a wonderful job switching in between those two ranges. Now, the task that he has in front of him is very big, because although, and I was speaking about this one to you, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, when we talk about Usyk and him moving up to heavyweights. Yes, it's true that today's heavyweight division, and you know that neither me or you are rating this current heavyweights as some amazing division. There is less skill than there was among the heavyweights in the 90s, but what makes this jump in weight class so difficult for Usyk, and why it would be an amazing achievement to become a champion in today's heavyweight division, is that because of the huge weight difference. I mean, Derek Chisora was 40 pounds heavier than him, and it was very visible in the ring. So he really has to overcome a lot in order to become a champion. Plus, yeah, you spoke about him being a road warrior. I mean, every time anyone talks about Usyk has to mention it, because it's a great accomplishment from schooling Glowatsky in the middle of Poland, then beating up Michael Hunter, Hook, Gassiev, Breedis, and even Tony Bellew on their home turfs, and even Chisora. It's really, really amazing. And what makes it especially amazing for me is that Usyk, being in those weight classes, either a cruiserweight or heavyweight division, anyone can punch, can hurt you due to the size of those guys. But Usyk still is not a really destroying power puncher, not at all. He's more like an accumulation puncher,
Although we saw against Bellew that with his timing he can sneak in a pinpoint accurate punch and knock you out, but he's not that really big of a puncher. So him fighting on the road, fighting the other champions in their countries, it's risking a lot because he doesn't. I don't characterize him as someone having a one-punch KO power. Although that fight against Bellew kind of contradicts me, but I explained why. So it puts him at an even bigger risk of being robbed because he cannot necessarily rely on his punching power. So even if he outbox the shit out of those boxers, he risks getting robbed. And we saw it with scorecards against Chisora. Even Bridis, because that fight against Bridis was extremely close fight. And Bridis, without any doubt, well, he made it to our top 10 pound for pound list. So it tells you how good of a fighter he is. But I already forgot what I wanted to say.
And to be fair, official, Bridis was very honest in admitting that Usyk had actually beaten him as well.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, big credit to Bridis in that case. Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah, Usyk was struggling against him, but still won 8 clear rounds, in my opinion. I could even see it because there were many close rounds. I could even give Usyk 9 rounds in that fight, which doesn't describe the fight accurately because many of the rounds were close. But yeah, to me, it's probably, I would say it's the single best victory that he had because Bridis is hell of a fighter. But it's tough to choose because beating Gassiev or even beating Chisora now, a much heavier guy, and being fucked over by Matchroom, having the deck stacked against him, not that easy neither. But yeah, I mean, look, the tournament that he won at cruiserweight at the time, when the cruiserweight division was probably, if not the best, one of 2 or 3 best weight classes in boxing with Usyk and Gassiev in it. And I do think that he made such an easy job of Gassiev that people started underrating Gassiev. They started talking about Gassiev being flat-footed. And while Gassiev, well, yeah, he's far away from having the best footwork in the game. That is not one of his stronger points, but he's extremely very talented cruiserweight, now heavyweight too, very good boxer, another one with amazing punching power, one of the very hardest hitters in boxing. So schooling him that way in Moscow also speaks a lot, speaks tons of Usyk.
Yeah. Especially
yeah.
given, especially at that time as well, when the Russian Federation had annexed Crimea using the Wagner Group without even firing a single shot. So there was a hell of a lot of
tensions.
Yeah, so for Usyk to go over there and win the undisputed and take Gassiev's undefeated streak as well and put on a devastating performance, so much as you mentioned, to the extent where people start being overcritical of Murat Gassiev and saying that he's overhyped, but not acknowledging that it was a master boxer who made him look ordinary that night. That's not a reflection of what Gassiev is, because you only have to look at what he did against Junior Dorticos before, how he fought a completely different fighter, how he was able to take a heavier punches take the sting off his punches by being elusive on up against the ropes, starting counter punching him a little bit. And Gassiev has so much ability, is one of the best front foot counter punchers walking forward in terms of a pressure fighter that you'll see. And I think we'll see a lot more evidence of it at heavyweight, as Gassiev is still very young. So I think in future official that absolute schooling of a Gassiev will look significantly better.
Yes, great point. I mean, Gassiev is what, 26, maybe 27 at the most, and yeah, people are going to see what hell of a fighter he is. I mean, just wait and see. But yeah, what I was trying to say about that fight, yeah, it's true that footwork is not his biggest weapon, and contrast it to Usyk's footwork, which is one of his biggest weapons. So yeah, it's clear that style-wise, Gassiev's style was very easy for Usyk to fight, but it doesn't mean that Gassiev is overhyped or anything like that. He's very good, and I cannot wait to see more of him. Hopefully, he gets back and is able to stay injury free. And I do think that he can accomplish a lot of things in the excuse me, please, in the heavyweight division. And yeah, look the other guys that he fought, even the guys that not a lot of people are mentioning, like Mchuno, who's a
Khabisa Mukuno.
Muguno. Thank you. He's very tricky fighter and not easy to land on, and that's also why Usyk was struggling against him. But speaking about Usyk and him being a road warrior, he also beat Michael Hunter in the US, and Michael Hunter was able to trouble him in the first 3 or 4 rounds, but after that it was all over. And Usyk, he was saved by the referee, but to his own detriment. I mean, the punishment that he was taking as a young fighter against Usyk was completely unnecessary, because the referee wanted to allow him to continue, didn't want to stop the fight, but the punches that he was taking were brutal.
Yeah.
And so my last point about Usyk would be that I heard a lot of retarded things that people are saying, that the reasons they're giving for him not fighting AJ. First of all, when I take Usyk's style into consideration, and him being a small fighter in this current heavyweight division, and that just like Lomachenko, he's struggling with the injuries, and we don't know for how long would he be able to stay healthy and injury free, because his body is breaking down too. Maybe not at the same rate as Lomachenko's, but there are things to make you be worried for Usyk. So definitely he has to grab the first possible chance to fight AJ or any other title holder for the belt, because the more time passes, it would be more difficult for him. He relies on his timing, his footwork, his speed is making a huge difference in his fights. So I'm just hoping for him not to waste it. And of course, it's not his. It would not be his fault because he's the one willing to fight them all. But like you beautifully explained already in the previous podcasts, the way Eddie Hearn is trying to fuck him over, you see that people are not willing to put their fighters, their champions, in the ring against Usyk, and people are saying the retarded things like he should wait, he should take step away money. It's a complete nonsense because this is the best
Absolutely.
moment for him to fight for the title. I mean, man, I even wanted to make a separate video just to shit all over the things, all over the nonsense that people are saying about Usyk and him fighting AJ. Let me just tell you, I'm not saying that I would not give AJ chance to beat him, but many people are underrating the chances of Usyk to beat AJ because, in fact, I would even favor him against AJ now. Of course, uh, I would I would be worried indeed about because of AJ's power and him countering him with something huge. But if there was a time for him to fight for the heavyweight title, it's right now as soon as possible, because if if you want to talk about him needing to prepare to get accustomed to the power of the heavyweights, man, if he's not ready to take their power now, he will never be ready. And he's been Vladimir Klitschko's sparring partner, chief sparring partner for years. Notably, came to prominence as his sparring partner for the fight against what's the Brit?
Bellew.
No. When Klitschko was fighting David Hay, David Hay, and so yeah, he spent a lot of training camps with Klitschko. He was able to spar and box with many heavyweights before his semi-pro amateur career, but also speaking of Gassiev, he's a heavyweight now, and anyways, he already punched even in the cruiserweight division. He was punching like a heavyweight. So yeah, I'm not saying that nobody's going to knock Usyk out. There are a few people that, in my opinion, are more than able to stop him at the heavyweight division, but people are just talking nonsense. There's no way if he's not ready now to take that power that he will be ready to take it any better later.
Official, you're gonna have to take the reins of the show for number 2 and 1. I have to step out now.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh man,
Got a bit of a I've got a bit of a family situation, so hopefully I'll be back in a little bit. But um, yeah, there's only the top 2 spots, so uh, hopefully I'll be back. But I'll leave now, yeah, temporarily.
okay. No worries. Take your time if you're able to come back.
Apologies, yeah.
Okay. Yes. So okay. Right before going to the next one, to number 2, let me just go through the chat room because I missed a couple of messages by Andre Rodriguez. Thank you for your words. I follow your channel. I write a lot in here, and since you're very interactive with the chat, that makes easy for all of us to transmit our thoughts. Well, yeah. I mean, uh, I'm trying to to give some time to the chat room as well, as most of the time it's not easy because corruption and myself we are talking nonstop. But yeah, it's always a pleasure to talk with people in the chat, especially see there is you and a couple of other people that I never knew from the other chat rooms and boxing streams that I found out that I enjoy talking with about unboxing, unboxing topics. So yeah, it's a pleasure. Uh, Andre is also saying Usyk in the heavyweights was the necessary move for him because the cruiserweight was more than done. He put such a stamp on it that to stay there was pointless. I got it, but he can now have the heavyweight career of Bob Foster or Spinks. It's gonna be interesting at least. Bob Foster was the last super light heavyweight before the creation of the cruiserweight division and went occasionally to the heavyweights, but he belonged in such an era that he had to get back to his weight class. Spink was the opposite. He moved up with great success in a completely different era. Now is Usyk, let's wait. He will pass for so much adjustments that predicting good or bad is impossible. Yeah, Andre, I would say so. Um, we cannot know. I mean, it depends also. I would not fully agree with you on that one personally, because I see no reasons from the technical standpoint and his skills. He is more than able to outclass them all when it comes, all but maybe Fury, but it's thanks to Fury's size and strength. The only thing is how he's gonna, how would be Usyk, how Usyk would be able to, how good would he be able to look against guys who are really huge punchers. And I mean, yeah, there are always questions, but especially if he gets a fighter, if he's fighting a fighter who would be uncomfortable for him style wise, someone who, because look, if you're talking about only about the punching power of his possible opponents, it's not such a big deal for me. Yeah, he risks getting stopped by them, like against Joshua, but I'm I would say I'm pretty much confident about how good he would be able to perform against Joshua, because Joshua is a huge puncher but is not physical. Now, against Chisora, for example, he's the case of a physical fighter, who really made him uncomfortable a couple of times. And plus, if you add to that all the things that Usyk had to overcome outside of the ring with the matchroom, Eddie Hearn, and everything being set against Alexander Usyk, he performed very well. And yeah, nowhere near his best in my opinion. He could do better, but I was impressed with all being said, with everything he had against him. I was impressed with that performance in some sense. Yeah, for sure, Evander. B-Space asking me, official, what do you think of AJ's mental strength? Does it look good to you? With the skills of Usyk, the mental of AJ is another thing that makes me think Usyk will win. Yes, I do agree with you, B-Space. I do personally agree because I don't. Well, I mean, I'm sure that corruption would agree with me, but AJ, it's funny. He's deep inside of him. He's a cocky dude and really a really proud fighter. But at the same, and that's why even in the rematch against Ruiz, he was trying from time to time to step in the pocket against Ruiz, even despite that being very risky for him. But being that he's so prideful, AJ tried to step in the pocket even in the rematch against Ruiz, but every time he would do so, I saw him being very worried and not being confident. Every time in the pocket, I see him lacking confidence. Now, even against Pulev, I don't know why so many people were impressed with that performance by AJ, but me, it was contrary for me. I was so disappointed, and I thought that AJ was looking very bad, and yeah, it's not like that. What's his name? That Pulev was able to hold on. Give me just a second. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry for that. I'm back. Yeah, but anyways, B-Space, what I wanted to say is that every time I see him in the pocket, he's looking uncomfortable now. Pulev was not very sharp and wasn't really able to do a lot in the pocket. Plus he's slow, so he didn't have the right tools to worry AJ. While Usyk, although he probably lacks the punching power, at least in some sense, he can stop him very easily, especially since AJ is not accustomed to fighting at the same intensity as Usyk is used to. So he can easily stop him by the accumulation of punches and making him tired. And in the pocket, I mean, what's his name? Usyk will not fight at short range in the pocket, but when I'm saying fighting AJ in the pocket, I mean at mid range. He would easily go in and out, and he would have much quicker hands, in my opinion. And plus, he has the accuracy, so when AJ gets tired, I could see him stopping AJ. So yeah, I do think he would make AJ extremely uncomfortable in the pocket, and he will make him panic, because I already saw him panicking even in the rematch. And the way he was fighting against Pulev he was fighting in a very cautious manner. So it was telling me that he's worried that he's not looking to look great, but rather make sure that he doesn't get knocked out, and that's how he was showing a lack of confidence. So yeah, I do agree with you. B-Space also saying Usyk kind of puts mental pressure just by his constant moves, making the enemy have to adjust. Yeah. Okay, so we're about to go to number 2 of our pound for pound list. Let me just take a sip of water. Hold on just a second, please. Sorry for that. I'm back.
So we had Usyk number 3. Okay, let me remind you of the list. Number 10, Estrada. 9, Bridis. 8, Beterbiev. 7, Golovkin. 6, Taylor. 5, Gonzalez. Chocolatito Gonzalez. 4, Ioka. 3, Usyk. And number 2, Vasily Lomachenko. I know for a fact that many of you are going to dislike us placing Loma at number 2, but there is a very easy explanation. Yeah, so like Corruption and myself already told you, we are not basing our lists on the official results. Just the same way we had Golovkin, or at least me myself, I had Golovkin beating Canelo both times. Also, I didn't think that Teofimo Lopez won that fight. Now, I'm still giving credit to Teofimo Lopez for having such a good performance against Loma, but there are other things that should have been taken into consideration. Yeah, first of all, I personally scored the fight 7-5 for Loma, and I would be more than okay with a draw. But also, I could understand people scoring at 7-5 for Teofimo. Although I would say those people, in my personal opinion, are not paying attention to the landed punches and those who that were blocked by Loma, because many of Teofimo's punches Loma was blocking easily, and if anyone put a beating on anyone, I would say it was Loma. Plus, he was fighting a much bigger fighter, so if Teofimo was so great to be put on a pound for pound list, then he should have beaten up Loma. It's simple as that. Another thing about Loma, and I don't know what is Corruption's opinion on him, but me myself, I already told them, excuse me please, I don't think that Loma had really fantastic victories, but it's a fact that him being a much smaller fighter, fighting much bigger guys, has to count for something, and the way he's disposing of them. He doesn't have punching power, and is really small in stature, so him fighting at 135 or even in 130, because understand this point, if he started his pro career at, let's say, 18, 19, 20 years old, he would be remembered as a career 126 pounder. So that's what people are failing to realize. I mean, let me go to his box rack.
All right, I'm temporarily back.
Go on, Loma.
All right, you're on Lomachenko. Okay, so a freeweight world champion, the fastest in history to that achievement, unified at lightweight, and as official, I'm sure, has already demonstrated, two highly controversial decisions in terms of the losses. Now, Vasily should absolutely be undefeated. The first loss to Orlando Salido, and it's kind of this kind of love-hate relationship with Vasily and sort of Bob Arum, who Vasily has very much been his political pawn. Now, the first loss to Orlando Salido in his second professional fight. Why do you think Top Rank went ahead with that specific decision? That was very much to kind of break the mold of Vasily's being an amateur fighter and to kind of give him a wake-up call and to try and mold him into a professional fighter straight away. So it was the harshest of lessons that was instilled upon him. They really wanted to change his style fundamentally and to try and calibrate him, or almost induce him with him suffering a defeat with Salido into making him a fan-friendly, exciting knockout puncher that will kind of appeal to US boxing audiences, given that he's a Ukrainian, so it's almost difficult as it is to try and captivate US audiences. But given that the equity that he built up from being one of the most decorated amateurs of all time, so he already had that reputation. But making the transition is not easy, especially for a fighter with we all know with the kind of boxing acumen and the kind of style that Vasily has. So the Salido loss was, but even despite the loss, you could see Vasily almost having that education within the fight, and you saw what he did in the sort of, especially the four latter rounds, with any fighter who has the ability to take that amount of low punches from a much heavier fighter. And remember, a guy who intentionally came in heavier, sacrificed his title on the scale just to have that numerical physical advantage and to try and use all of the Mexican roughhouse inside tactics, which Salido is just. And you kind of have a love for Salido as well. He's just ruthlessly dirty and whatever, but you kind of love him and appreciate him for that. But the referee tolerated it, and Vasily had to endure that, and for him to still come back and put a beating on Orlando in the later half. So you kind of saw Vasily almost having that realization in the fight that fuck me, this is completely different to the 3-5 round fights that I'm used to before, and hence this is what I'm gonna have to do in going forward. So unfortunately for him, that was Top Rank. They decided to do that to him very early, so he learned and he came back, and look who he fought in his next fight against Gary Russell, who is still considered number one at featherweight now. And the boxing masterclass that he put on against him, against a fighter who not only had comparable speed, hand speed, combination punching, but arguably was even faster. A very good fighter, Gary Russell, and he's proved it over the years. But what Vasily showed in that fight and the adjustments he made and the different style that he implemented, targeting, Gary Russell's body, put on a clinique instead of body punching in that fight. But what can you say? I mean, he's done it all, and we got to remember, this is a guy who's based his career in the United States, so he's sacrificed, he's made the hard sacrifice of leaving, leaving Ukraine and fighting in the United States and learning a new language and sort of acclimating to life. So very difficult challenges, but unfortunately for Vasily, he was forced, due to the indifference of fighters, especially at the PBC, in not willing to step into the ring with him. So hence he's had to keep moving up in weight and fight against fighters who Top Rank were able to make, and against so many fighters. And he's retired them. He's given them comprehensive beatings. He's put on scintillating performances as well, stylistically. Beaten linear champions. He's beaten world champions in his first fight, moving up to lightweight. So he's done what he's what he's had to do. Unfortunately, other fighters weren't willing to unify titles with him. We saw Leo Santa Cruz weren't willing to do so. Giovanni Tank Davis already expressed no desire to get into the ring with him. So it's been a frustrating path. So what Vasily has had to do is had to keep going up and up in weight until he's able to fight challenges against fighters who are willing to step into the ring and perhaps even unify with him. So unfortunately, hence the reason why he wasn't able to unify at both at feather and super featherweight. And the only unifications he could actually have was at lightweight, being at only sort of 5'5", 5'6". I've been very close to him. He's not 5'7". He's ran into fighters who unfortunately are much bigger than him, but so he's had to compensate the adversity of fighting against those bigger fighters by using more. He's had to adapt and had to change his boxing style and his approach, and he's been getting knockout victories against him, so that the power is not necessarily dissipated. Maybe he hasn't improved significantly, but a little bit of degradation, certainly in his flexibility. Maybe his punch output as well has kind of, but you can kind of adapt when you're when you're having to compensate for some disadvantages. So he's kind of transitioned, as we saw with Manny Pacquiao as well, but that's not been too much, I think, to his detriment. But with the Teofimo Lopez fight, and it's kind of really annoying that we keep having to go over and over it. A draw at the very best would have been, at the worst would have been the correct decision. And I'm not even going to try and give our reasons for that, because we've done it in so many video projects that we've sort of uploaded and talked about, and done the scoring and done screenshots, etc. So we're not going to sit here and try and defend just the stupidity of people who claim that they have some sort of ability in scoring fights when they clearly do not have. They cannot differentiate between blocked punches and clean punches, and it's just a permanent annoying subject that we just having to keep talking about. But at least when we're trying to sort of vindicate our reasons, at least we know that a lot of people, when they've gone back and scored the fight, or even straight away, some really great minds, a lot of those fighters had felt that Lopez did not win the fight. Maybe the fight was a draw, so Vasily really should have kept his titles. All right, fine, run it back, have a rematch and settle it. But at the very least, Vasily didn't lose the fight and I think a lot of people do agree with that. And if you factor in injuries, which Vasily clearly did have, which VADA have more or less corroborated as well, what does that say about Teofimo Lopez, who people had pretty much all prognosticated that he would be knocking out Vasily? So if Teofimo hasn't fulfilled the expectations of the VADA which was the general consensus, then surely Vasily has surpassed the expectations of most people, but not only not being knocked out, but by dominating his opponent during the second half of the fight. And if anybody was close to stopping, it was Vasily, very close to stopping Teofimo Lopez, who was 10 years younger, significantly bigger, freshness, no wear and tear, no mileage on the clock. A much bigger puncher, heavier handed. I don't know. So fuck all of the the politics and the BS, and we're not really interested in any of that nonsense. Top rank Bob Arum clearly wanted a changing of the guard at lightweight. Maybe Bob Arum felt that Vasily's physical degradation was perhaps now a major factor in going forward, and he had already a fighter who kind of ticked all of the boxes for him in going forward, and an American fighter. Let's not go with this Honduras nonsense. He's born and bred Brooklyn. A lot of his boxing acumen was took place over in Florida, so he's very much a New Yorker or a Floridian, whatever you wanted, but still appeals, to the Latin American community. So kind of a sort of perfect mold in what Felix Verdejo was very much supposed to have been. So in that void, Top Rank saw Teofimo Lopez as being the heir apparent and going forward, and so therefore they decided to go with him, and pull the plug on Vasily, and now Vasily is being frozen out, and it's kind of ironic that Lopez doesn't even want to entertain the idea of a rematch, talking about how Vasily has been bad mouthing him, which makes no sense whatsoever. All of that, any sort of bad blood and animosity was before the fight. I don't recall anything subsequent. It's only Vasily talking about the judges and trying to exercise some sort of any negativity he had regarding one of the judges, whatever. But I think it's justifiable. You can't justify some of those scorecards whatsoever. They don't make any sort of logical sense, even if you break them down round by round. So overall, 1 and 2 are interchangeable. Vasily, one of the best fighters of all time, one of the best amateurs of all time, having to deal with so much political upheaval, having to deal with the fact that he's a Russian-speaking Ukrainian trying to win the hearts and minds of boxing fans and everybody else in the United States. People incorrectly, assuming that he's had the benefit of a heavyweight promoter behind him, and he's had all of the advantages and been able to fight for world championships very early, but not realizing that no, he didn't. He had to have won a fringe WBO title in his first professional fight that gave him the ranking points to fight for the WBO championship in his second fight. So, and it's not unprecedented. Pete Rademacher, the Olympic champion, fought for a world championship fight in his first professional fight. So, so what Vasily was trying to do, some people think it's unprecedented. No, it's not. other people have done it there and then in the past. So a lot of sort of pre-misconceptions as well. But overall, I think Vasily Lomachenko, a deserved person, at number 2, maybe even interchangeable at number 1.
Yes, you know what? Yeah, since when the bad blood is not the reason to have a rematch? I thought that it should be one more reason to have a rematch, to beat up an opponent who hates you or you hate. So it's a nonsense. But what I wanted to say about Vasily, he doesn't have some huge name on his resume, although there are a lot of good fighters. First of all, Nicholas Walters. People already forgot how high in regards of most of the boxing fans Walters was up till that fight, and what type of schooling he got from Lomachenko. Then even Guillermo Rigondeaux. Okay, it was a fight where Vasily was the bigger guy, but he never employed his physical superiority in that fight against Rigondeaux. And if you go and rewatch the fight, go rewatch in between the rounds 2 and 3, I believe, or in between 3 and 4, Vasily's father is even screaming at him, "Don't punch him hard, don't punch him hard." So don't use your power. So and the people still, despite that difference in weight and size in between Rigondeaux and the Loma, were still confidently picking Rigondeaux to, let me quote them, to break his jaw. Then when he moved up to 135, see, to me, for Lomachenko, Linares and Pedraza are both excellent victories, despite them not being A+ level fighters. It's because Lomachenko was never a huge power puncher. Sure, same like Usyk, he can knock you out when he catches you with a well-timed punch, with a punch that you don't see. But other than that, he's not a power puncher, and both of them struggle against power punchers, but are really beautiful boxers to watch. Really, both of them smooth boxers. And Pedraza, even now, since he moved up to 140, he's looking better than ever, because it's clear that he was training himself too much at the lower weight classes. So being able to beat both of them, Linares and Pedraza, in such a way, as a fighter who's not a real power puncher, is very impressive to me. And plus, on top of that, what he was able to do against Lopez in the second half. Plus, we already spoke a lot about that fight, so I don't want to add anything, but that's the way I see it. But no, to me, after all, I'm at this point, I would not. Personally, I would not put Loma at number 1. He was at my number 1 spot, but now we have another number 1 pound for pound, Corruption. Oh, okay. It looks like Corruption is not here. We'll wait and see if he joins in. But anyways, yeah. Let's go to number 1. Hold on. Naoya the Monster Inoue. Okay, let me go to his box rack. Just so I can go through a couple of his fights. Yeah, so Inoue, he's in a kind of different place than Lomachenko. When it comes to Lomachenko, we spoke about him as someone who's fighting in the weight classes above his natural weight. Now, I do think that bantamweight is the right weight for Inoue, where he's not undersized, and I do personally believe, and I'm very adamant about it, that in the previous weight classes he was the one who was bigger than his opponents. So that's why, although beating, for example, Omar Narvaez at what was that, 108 or 115, Narvaez, who has a record for the most title defenses in boxing history. I mean, he's equal with Chavez Senior when it comes to title defenses. But the reason for me that victory was not really impressive to me is that Naoye was much bigger than him, and so it was not a surprise at all to me that he was able to beat him. And Inoue is also someone who really reminds me of Pacquiao, uh, not because of his fighting style, but of his of the way his pro career is going, at least for now. And what I mean by that is that he started he started young as a very big guy, and since he was very young, he was able to rehydrate and begin at light flyweight at 108, and then move up through divisions. Now, hold on. Yeah, so I'm saying he's not he hasn't come to the point where, like Pacquiao, to finally go up above his own natural weight class. But since he's 27 years old, I can expect him to move one or two more divisions in his career, even maybe even three. But for now, I would say that the bantamweight division is his natural division, and so everything is fair here. And the way he's looking is amazing, almost unbeatable. Just like Beterbiev is looking almost unbeatable at his weight class, like Golovkin used to look at in his prime at middleweight, or Usyk at cruiserweight. This is the same way Inoue is looking to me, although even more impressive. Very good footwork, very quick, both his feet and hands. One of the most explosive fighters today. Hold on. Yeah, and I do think that his bantamweight run is extremely impressive. Okay, beating Jamie McDonnell and even Johan Boyo wasn't really amazing to me, but take a look at Juan Carlos Payano, who's a very tricky veteran and very skilled boxer. Even today, right now, he's giving problems to top level boxers. So the way he disposed of him was impressive. So it tells you just how dominant Naoya Inoue is, and that he's one of the very best, one of the biggest punchers in a pound for pound sense. His Payano is very tough, very durable, and extremely good boxer in my opinion. Very tricky, like I told you. But not only that, in half finals of the WBSS tournament, he beat Emmanuel Manny Rodriguez, who's an excellent talent in my opinion, and Corruption and myself already spoke about him in the previous episodes of the Coup D'Etat of boxing, and unfortunately that his fight against Nonito Donaire got cancelled. That then he got robbed. But extremely talented fighter, and yeah, Inoue disposed of him in 2 rounds. So I don't want people to underrate Rodriguez and ever say that he's a hype job, because that situation would look very similar to what people were saying about Murat Gassiev after him getting dominated by Usyk, because trust me, Emmanuel Rodriguez is an excellent talent and fantastic fighter, and so beating him up that way, disposing of him, is extremely impressive. Hold on. Yeah, what else could I say about him? Of course, Donaire, by the time he faced Inoue, was already a veteran, but a very good one. And since he moved back down to bantamweight, he was very tough and looking extremely good. So, and especially in that final fight, which was one of the best fights of that year. Corruption has it as the absolute best fight of the year. I would say either that one or Progre versus Taylor. But yeah, Donaire's performance in that fight was impressive as well. Really, he was really trying to like Corruption said about the previous fighter, about what Ioka was doing to Tanaka, same way Donaire tried to old man Inoue, and he showed a lot of ring IQ. In fact, both of them showed excellent ring IQs, both of them, Inoue and Donaire, because they were constantly able to adapt to each other's moves and changes. So they were interchangeably adapting to each other. Donaire would make Donaire would change something and then start winning the fight, winning the round. Then Inoue would adapt to it, then over to Donaire and back to Inoue. And then, well, Donaire being old and fighting in such a taxing fight, physically wise, well, Inoue made the difference. And by the way, that left hook, that counter left hook from Donaire, which was beautifully timed in the second round. From the second round on, Inoue fought with a broken orbital bone and was seeing double throughout the whole fight since that punch, that left hook that he took from Donaire in the second round. It tells you about his chin, about his toughness. So it tells you that not only Inoue possess an excellent, unbelievable punching power and explosiveness, but also that he's extremely tough and durable, which is not surprised with the Japanese fighters. So clearly an iron chin from he displayed an iron chin in that fight, Inoue. And then he went on to fight Jason Maloney. It was in the October of the previous year, in 2020, his very last fight. It was another very good victory for Inoue, because both of the Maloney brothers' recent signings to top rank are very solid fighters. Both of them talented. Jason is the one who's more talented out of two brothers, but Inoue showcased amazing speed, timing against him, explosiveness, and stop him in the seventh round of their fight. So yes, that's another victory that should be highly rated. Now he should fight in April of this year. Hopefully that fight happens against Marinas. So I'm looking forward to seeing him back in the ring, because to me he's clearly number one pound for pound. What he's showcasing in this current division against an excellent opposition in Rodriguez, in Donaire, and even Maloney and Juan Carlos Payano. Those are top class. All of them for victories are top class victories for Inoue, no doubt. Yeah, so to me, he's showcasing the level of dominance in his weight class more than any other fighter is currently doing. And keep in mind that to me, it's one of the best weight classes in boxing. So yeah, and we are not only talking about his skills, which are on a very high level. I would say his physical talent, his foot and hand speed, as well as explosiveness and punching power, are top notch. In a pound for pound sense, probably no one is better than him. His defense maybe a bit better. I saw him that he's vulnerable to counter punches, not only because of the counter punch that Nonito Donaire was able to land against him in the second round, and many others that he was landing on him. In fact, Donaire was landing a lot of overhand rights on him, counter overhand rights. That's also why it was an excellent performance from Donaire, in my opinion. But also Maloney, he was not really able to hurt Inoue at all, but I saw him being able to counter in between Naoya Inoue's punches. And if it was someone with a better punching power, Inoue may be in trouble. So yeah, he's not perfect. No fighter is perfect, but no one is currently at the level of Inoue, in my opinion, and probably in corruptions too. By the way, big up to Diego Bandido. He's saying, yeah, Inoue has proven himself. He deserves to be at the top pound for pound, Iron Chin and Iron Will. Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying as well. Diego is saying, don't be surprised if the Casimero fight happened instead of the Das Marinas fight. No shit. Fuck. Man, that would be a fight. And by the way, I believe Diego, because when it comes to any information about the Asian, the Filipino fighters, he's the one who I would trust. So yeah, I'm hoping that fight gets signed, because I was really disappointed that it was not happening, because it was supposed to happen as an unification fight, and Casimero is another one who really was one of the contenders for this pound for pound list. But yeah, like I told you, there was about 20 or even more names that me or corruption were considering for this pound for pound list, but they didn't make it. But amazing fighter in Casimero, if that fight happens, first of all, it would be an amazing firefight, and anybody who knows how Casimero fights and knows how Inoue fights knows that it 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 just couldn't be anything less than a fight. Plus, Casimero is he's what, three or not even three, four division weight champion, right? So it tells you everything. But hold on. Yeah, so it would be a huge gift to all the boxing fans if we are able to see that fight in between Naoya Inoue and John Real Casimero soon. And by the way, big up to Diego for another reason is that he was the one making me aware of Casimero, because I was sleeping on him for a long time. Then when he started talking to me about Casimero, I was really impressed. And he's another guy that is fighting above his natural weight class. He's in his fourth weight class, if I'm not wrong. So so yeah, and what he's currently accomplishing in this current weight class is formidable. His knockout against the titleist, he won his title from Zolani Tete. Uh, he's another quick and explosive fighter. Yeah, so let me mention the names that I will mention the names that didn't make the list that either corruption or myself were considering, but also some names that other people are putting on their on their pound for pound lists, but we ignore them. Just give me a second. Yeah. Okay, thanks to Diego, because I was answering to his private message on Discord. Yeah, so basically he's writing me on Discord saying that it's up to Sean Gibbons, who's working with Pacquiao Promotions. It looks like Inoue facing Das Marinas won't happen. So they if this happens, it would be crazy. I mean, we've been waiting on that fight in between Casimero and Inoue for a long time. Expect nothing less than a firefight. But yeah, let's go to the names that ended up not including to our top list, or the names that many other people are including to their top lists, but not ourselves. So Spence, to me, in my opinion, very good fighter, very solid fighter. Kinda can do. He's a well-rounded fighter, and being that he's big, he's durable and tough, can take a punch. Really solid fighter, but the skills he's displaying are not on the level of these other fighters that we included in our top 10. It's crazy to me how he's been put over Usyk, over many any fighter that we included on our top list. Plus, the welterweight division is vastly overrated. Not even amongst the best 5 divisions, five best current weight divisions in boxing. Not at all. Hold on. Excuse me. Yeah, he's a fun, friendly fighter. His punching output and his endurance is impressive to me, as well as his basic defense. You can say that he's a very well-schooled fighter. He keeps his guard up, very disciplined defense, very disciplined high guard. Can move very well. I do like Spence, but man, the way people are overrating him is incredible. At least to me. There is one fighter that I wanted to include, but ended up not including him because he not only he doesn't have a great resume, but also because I don't know how to put it together. I'm talking about Julio Cesar Martinez. So to me, he's a real powerhouse at 112 division, flyweight division. He was supposed to fight Moruti Mutalen, but unfortunately that fight got cancelled. He is looking extremely impressive. Another huge pound for pound, huge puncher in a pound for pound sense. Really destroying anyone you put in front of him. So in my opinion, Canelo is not even the best fighter in his own gym, although I do respect Canelo as well, and he's excellent at some things. But again, man, another overrated fighter in my opinion. But Martinez, yeah, and people are talking about Crawford being the best switch hitter in boxing. No, not as long as Julio Cesar Martinez is there. Martinez can switch his stance in the middle of his combos. Very explosive, very quick, huge power, amazing explosiveness. On that level, he's right there with Inoue, another extremely explosive fighter and a must-see, probably the most exciting fighter in boxing today, at least to me. He's a must-see, the most exciting fighter today. Maybe not yet on our top 10 pound for pound list, but the most exciting, definitely. Really a joy to watch. Plus, people should rate his win over Jay Harris very highly, because Jay Harris is a very talented boxer. Not the best defense. He should work on his defense, but extremely talented offensive fighter. Very good footwork, ring IQ. By the way, Jay Harris showcased a lot of improvements in the fight against Julio Cesar Martinez. So yeah, very talented fighter in Jay Harris, and Julio Cesar Martinez was able to beat him, not by much, and I thought that oh, I cannot really remember, but I know I had it extremely close. I thought that it could have been a draw or something like that, or but it was excellent performance, and you're missing a lot if you're not watching Martinez. By the way, he can struggle with boxer punchers, and those who are boxing in and out with. He can struggle with footwork mainly. That's I wanted to say. So, but beside that, he looks almost unbeatable. And plus, if he was to move up to 115, man, that when you're thinking that that weight class couldn't be any better, it with Martinez possibly moving up to 115, it would become even 3 times better than it currently is, and currently it is on fire. Yeah, so make sure to watch Julio Cesar Martinez. Rungvisai, well, the last couple of years he's mostly been fighting nobodies and not really looking great, but it's okay. It's normal for him to fight to his level, to his opponent's level. I thought that he gave Estrada a much better fight than most people are realizing. Underrated performance. He was very cerebral, sorry, in that fight, in that rematch against Estrada. But yeah, definitely lost it. But to me personally, it was much closer than most of the people think. At least I scored it very close. But yeah, Rungvisai is kind of slowing down, and he was on my pound for pound list up till very recently, but there are other fighters accumulating good victories like Breedis, like Beterbiev, many others. So that's why it was extremely difficult to fill out the bottom half of our pound for pound list. Excuse me. Yes, Diego. Rungvisai struggle against Ron Gronk. Difficult to pronounce. Um, who else is there? Yeah, Donaire. I mean, just the performance that he gave against Inoue was amazing. He came to the finals of the WBSS tournament and was looking sharp on the way to finals. I mean, there was some talks. I mean, Tete was giving the excuses, an injury as an excuse for not facing, for dropping out of that semi-final against Donaire for the WBSS tournament. But it's really debatable. I don't know. Maybe he was injured but it looked to a lot of us as if he was attacking Donaire, and man, Donaire would have destroyed him. I mean, huge respect to Zolani Tete, really sharp boxer, very underrated boxer because of the division he's been competing at, but extremely good and sharp boxer. But
Yeah, looking at what Donaire was able to accomplish, he would get school, I mean not school, destroyed and stopped by Donaire, in my opinion, without any doubt, and it would just make Donaire's resume better, his recent resume. So, unfortunately for him, for Donaire, they had to come up with an opponent who would replace Zolani Tete, and he knocked him out with a devastating left hook, the legendary left hook, and and gave Naoya Inoue a broken orbital bone and a hell of a fight, hell of a performance in that WBSS finals. Uh, One interesting name, Jermel Charlo. I wasn't even thinking about him, but it was Corruption who brought him up while we was creating our list. Um, oh yeah, Diego. He's saying I wanted to see Donaire versus Ubali and Manny Rodriguez. Shame when he got dropped. Absolutely, any of those two fights. Plus, I I do think he would stop Ubali. I mean, Ubali, he's hell of a fighter himself, and it would be a very hard fight for Donaire. But I do think that his punching power would have probably made the difference, because that's definitely something that Donaire would have on his side. He's always been known as a huge power puncher, very strong, powerful, which is very contrary of Nordin Ubali. But Nordin Ubali, hell of a fighter himself. Such a shame that we were not able to see Donaire against any of those two guys. And yeah, Donaire was pissed off, talking about it on Twitter about the fake positive test, and he took an extra test showing that he was indeed negative, and he was complaining, but no one wanted to hear about it. So it is what it is. But yeah, Corruption brought up Jermel, who's who's already owning 3 belts. So it's very impressive. I would say that Jermel, just like his brother, probably has an iron chin, very tough, um, quick, explosive, very physical. So he has the strength and the youth on his side, physical gifts, and definitely he's definitely commanding respect with winning 3 belts. But oh, and Diego says Casimiro thinks Ubali beats Nonito. Well, of, to be fair, I haven't done any film studies, so maybe if I was to make a film study for a possible Inoue versus Ubali versus Nonito Donaire fight, maybe I would change my opinion, but I don't know. Anyways, Casimiro always has interesting things to say. Definitely. Yeah, but I would have to think about it. But one more time back to Jermel Charlo. Yeah, it's definitely worth of respect. But see, I knew that his fight against Jason Banana Rosario would be very exciting. But Corruption and even myself, we saw that
Jason Rosario has some real deficiencies that you can sneak a truck in between his punches, that he's not that hard to counter, that he's wild, he's strong, and he's a big puncher, but not the best possible defense, which is contrary to Jermel, who can, I mean, his defense neither is not really that impressive, but better than Jason Rosario's. Anyways, much sharper fighter than him, so he was not, other than his work rate and punching power, he was not supposed to really trouble Jermel Charlo. So I would say it was a nice victory at best, uh, but nothing impressive. Same goes for his two fights against Harrison. Harrison, who's a really wonderful boxer, very so lovely, pure boxer and counter puncher, and can fight on the inside, at mid range, and outside, but lacks two components: his chin and stamina. And skill for skill, Harrison was schooling Jermel Charlo in both fights. First, in the first one, he was schooling the shit out of Charlo at long and mid range. In the second one, schooling him on the inside. So both of these fights were very exciting for me, especially the second one. Well, the first one not so much, if not for admiring Harrison's skills. Yeah, but he was caught. He got cocky and got caught by a great left hook by Jermel Charlo. But up till that point, I had him losing the fight. I think that I think that from both fights, Harrison was winning most of the rounds up till he got knocked out. Oh, by the way, yeah, Diego saying I want to see Jermel versus Team Zoo. You know what? I'm hearing a lot of good things about Zoo, but I didn't have a chance yet to see his progress. I haven't watched his fights in a long time, and since then I've been hearing that he's making a lot of improvements. And before his next fight, I'm definitely going to watch all of his fights, his recent fights, and see it. So, but yeah, Diego. In fact, a lot of people are commending him for the improvement that he's making. And if that's the case, then big shout out to Team Zoo. But I missed on his fights, so I have to watch them. Yeah, definitely, Diego. It's Australia becomes an interesting place for the fighters to travel to, because these couple of guys like Tinzu before him, Horn, or even the Maloney brothers, it would put a lot of asses in the seats. Well, I don't know now with the lockdown, but you get my point. Hold on, guys. Give me just 20 seconds. I really have to make a pit stop.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry for that. Okay, so I have like 10 more names I would like to speak about that we haven't included on our top 10 pound for pound list. Tyson Fury. Okay. So, look, the reason for us not including Tyson Fury is not because. Oh. Are you there, Corruption?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll give you just a quick run through. I already spoke about Inoue, and I started talking about the fighters that we haven't included on our top 10. So I spoke about Errol Spence, Julio Cesar Martinez, Rangvisai Donaire, and Jermel. And I was about to talk about Fury.
Wow. I mean, I'm surprised you're still going, Official. What are you trying to do, man? You're trying to make the show longer than the Godfather trilogy.
Well, I just said fuck it. I'm gonna do it all. I'm gonna
Right.
run through.
So some of the honorable people that we've left out. For me, Harito Kiyoguchi, that'd be one of them. Two-way world champion. His career has been a little bit frustrating this year, but a terrific fighter and has so much upside as well. Exciting fighter. Of course, he's still developing as well to a certain extent. So hence, the resume is not the best, but it's been kind of frustrating that he's not even unified yet with Kenshiro, which I just cannot understand why. And I've even tried to even contact people close to him, his reps, but you get no feedback. It's very difficult over in Japan trying to. Plus, I'm not even on social media, so it doesn't really make it easier. But maybe now with a change in promoters, it might be a little bit more. Might be easier for him to get some of the better fights, but we'll wait and see. But he'd be one of them. We were perhaps contemplating. It could be around sort of between 10 and 15. I mean, you mentioned Jamel Charlo, the unified 154-pound champion, but come on, man, beating John Jackson and Jason Rosario for 3 of the belts. That's not a stellar CV for me. Having difficulties with Varnes Martirosyan in a fight which arguably he may have lost. Beating up Charles Hatley and a washed up Austin Trout. We saw what a pure boxer can do to him, somebody who doesn't really try and engage with him, which he did in the second fight in Tony Harrison in the first fight. And that shows that a fighter who is able to control distance and range on him can be very unorthodox, can fire straight punches and can counter punch as well, and can move and has a bit of punching power as well, just to keep him on check. That can cause him. That can definitely cause him some difficulties. So, to me, it's a CV that very much flatters to deceive. I think he's a very monotonous fighter. I've seen tends just to do the same combination and tends to pivot out in the same direction all the time. I don't see a lot of translucent sort of qualities to his boxing ability for me. I think he's benefited from a division in which the PBC have just kind of sort of round robined a lot of the titles. He's lost, he's won it. So the titles, the unified titles, get moved around between Jared Hurd and Julian Williams, and then Rosario, and then him. So there's not really been one dominant champion at the division. So for me, given that he's already suffered a loss as well by one of the former champions, then for me he's not. I can't see him as the outright definitive number one fighter at 154. So for me, I don't see him as the 10 best fighters at 154 pounds, irrespective of the frequency of titles as he does have, as officials talked about. We don't really give a fuck about titles too much. It's about quality of opposition that he's beaten. He could have fought Jared Hurd. He didn't want Jared Hurd. He wanted to play the A-side card with Jared Hurd. So that fight never happened as well. So a lot of bitch-ass tactics, Both him and his goofy-looking brother with their bleached teeth and their tinted Jerichos, man, can sit on the sideline, man. Not interested in that shit.
And again, corruption, even if he was to fight Hurd, how good of a victory really would it be? I mean, it would not say much about his skill level, and certainly would not put him about the fighters that we included on our list.
Yeah, Jared Hurd already knocked out Tony Harrison before he'd fought him, and his brother already beaten Austin Trout before he'd fought Austin Trout. So, and Hurd had already fought, Julian Williams. But with the case of Jared Hurd, is an interesting one. He was a very good fighter, but clearly a fighter, with VADA testing, he certainly wouldn't have been at 154 pounds. So no surprises why he didn't want to exercise some sort of a rematch with Julian Williams. But I think if the fight happens at 160 official, as I've talked about in the past, I think Jared Hurd knocks Julian Williams to sleep, puts him to sleep. I don't think it's a case that Julian Williams is stylistically better or he's a superior boxer. I just think whatever reason, Hurd came up short in that fight. But if he's sufficiently rehydrated, then I think he puts a beating on Julian Williams. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Jamel, good fighter, but nah, not pound for pound for me. His brother, well, another fighter, 160. He never defeated anybody for 160-pound world championship, and his best victory is against who? A fighter coming off a defeat in Sergey Derevyanchenko. So, and look how he struggled against the two southpaws who could box from range, keep the fight long, use the southpaw and pivot out. Both in different directions in Trout and Matt Korobov, and he didn't look very good in either of them. I think in the Trout fight, he looked even worse than he did in the Korobov fight, because at least with Korobov, he began to. Korobov, as we mentioned before, had spent nearly 2 years out of the ring, had to lose far more weight initially to make the undercard fight, and then he had to lose further pounds just to make the fight as well. So once Korobov had expanded his energy in winning the earlier part of the fight, Jamal relied on his superior conditioning and the fact that he's been more of a seasoned active fighter, and that is what won him the fight. Nothing more, nothing less. I think a fully conditioned, healthy, rehydrated Matt Korobov would have had the energy to have sustained his efforts for the remaining 6 rounds, and he would have, well, I think he would have accumulated enough points to have won the fight, but whether the judges would have vindicated his efforts and given him that is highly dubious, and it's going to remain a hypothetical. But it wouldn't have surprised me if Charlo got the nod, even being outboxed 8 rounds to 4, because that's what happens on the PBC. They're desperate to keep the titles on their champions, keep belts within the PBC, try and play the A-side tactics with all of the other promoters, and even if they're not willing to concede, 80-40 A-side, B-side financial privileges, then the PBC will just go into a round robin of PBC fights on pay-per-view just to try and compensate for any loss of revenue that may have been attracted in that unification. So they have their business model. It's more important than the legacy and the greatness and the matchups that their fighters are taking. So how can you then reward with these fighters by elevating them high on pound for pound rankings when their promoter is so purveying of these sort of bitch ass tactics? To me, that's a complete paradox. It's a contradiction, and it's something, the coup d'etat of boxing. We want to get our militia and we want to break that shit down.
Yes, couldn't say it any better. Yeah, man, a lot of media created so-called pound for pound fighters that are not really on that level.
Now, you mentioned, but he was a fighter I was very keen on having in the top 10. And that was Maruti Mithilani.
Oh yeah.
Not because of the South African connection. None of that. No. It's because for me, he's been one of the most sickly underrated fighters in all of boxing for well over a decade. Been a long, he's been one of the longest reigning champions. He's had 2 stretches of the IBF championship. Just the longevity he's managed to secure, and it's been tough for him, coming from South Africa. So it's been difficult getting fights, but he's had good victories. He's beaten 3 weight world champions, 2 weight world champions. He's beaten 2 free weight world champions and another 2 weight world champions. So you can't say his resume is weak, and he's fought in different jurisdictions as well, as he's had to, I guess, coming from South Africa. But he's always, obviously, Casemiro went to South Africa to fight him, so he's been able to bring over good fighters over there as well. So it's not a case of him just being exclusively a road warrior, but nevertheless, he's beaten up and coming, good, young, talented, skilled fighters as well. Brilliant fighter, I think, very underrated. Can do a little bit of everything. Skillful, good technically very good as well. Can fight decent as a pressure fighter, good at short range, but underrated defense as well for such a high volume, high octane fighter. Can make subtle adjustments as well. Can shorten his punches, which are already quite short, but he does it, even takes the power off the punches, so he adds a little bit more deceptiveness and decoy to his punching, but then comes back with hard shots. There's like a little bit of Roman Gonzalez in his style as well, when he tends to vary the speed, the trajectory, and the power of the punches. So there's some nice little subtleties to his game. Overall, he's a veteran now, so he doesn't really have a significant amount of time. Managed to get a very good payday over in Japan recently against Yagashi when he stopped him, former freeweight world champion. So they were I knew that they were probably going to looking to rob him. Gave him a tremendous amount of money, but he did the right thing, and the thing you're supposed to do as well in beating up the old guard, and avoided the fiasco of getting the fight on the cards and risking losing his belt. So hopefully he's got one more good fight in him.
why not fight Rey Martinez? Why not, just roll the dice, go for it. You never know. It's going to be a difficult proposition against a beast who has age and probably has size and power and work rate and chin and pretty much has a lot of the advantages. But I think Maruti has definitely got boxing ability. So, and Jay Harris showed that, you can box and sometimes outbox against a very square fighter who is a prodigious power puncher, but can be outboxed. Although Jay Harris is a big man as well, much bigger than Maruti, but Michelani between definitely within the top 20, no doubt about it. But yeah, maybe between 10 and 12, 13, something like that wouldn't have been too far-fetched, I think.
And corruption, correct me if I'm wrong, because you have been following Moruti Motolani much more than myself. But it seems to me as if Motolani aged extremely well, because despite being 38 years old already, his work rate is still very impressive. He's still able to put on a very high work rate, and that's the thing that impressed me in his very recent fights. So yeah, huge activity from him, and yeah, definitely a fighter worth watching and following, and yeah, credit.
And it's impressive officially. I mean, he's remained one weight class his entire professional career, which is hard to believe given that they're short fighters, but to maintain your weight, not having the kind of promoters and the training camps and the budgets to do it, and he's had a mixed boxing career with actually working back in South Africa as well. So, difficulty, great deal of difficulties that boxing fans not aware of and having that sort of discipline and that regime. And you're right, having a good lifestyle which is not subjugated his talents and his abilities or his stamina, knowing that he's got to rely on work rate and aggression, because he may not be blessed with with maybe the talents of some of the fighters at sort of 108 and 112, but he's relied on what's worked for him, and he's kind of fine-tuned it. Experience has got him. He was kind of a little bit, his accuracy early on wasn't the best, but he's kind of improved that. So I can see over the years that he's had definitely improvements in his punch. He wasn't punching right as well. He was very much sort of a rugged brawler, but he managed to fine-tune that as well. Became more of a calculated pressure fighter, as I called it. Yeah, it's been great, following his career, representing South Africa. He's got a little bit of money now, so should he retire now at 38, he made a million or so against Ugashi, so hopefully he'll spend that wisely. No doubt he'll distribute it to all of his family, etc. Here it is, a very generous human being as well. So yeah, whatever he chooses to do going forward, man, I salute him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned Kyoguchi, who was one fighter for me as well that I was considering, and who was on my pound for pound list. But yeah, the competition is so tough. I mean, between all the names that we already mentioned, yeah, it's a shame that we could not include him, but hell of a inside fighter, very talented, very skillful. His uppercut is a thing of beauty, and yeah, there there are other names that we haven't included, like Tyson Fury, Canelo, Crawford, Bivol, Tanaka, Pacquiao, even, and who else? Also, Casimero.
What?
Sorry,
Somebody, even people like Jose Carlos Ramirez is not bad. Emmanuel Navarrete is also another very decent fighter, but Navarrete maybe definitely doesn't have the resume thus far, but still has time. Very active fighter, fighting regularly, so hopefully he can get some. So going forward in the future, I'm sure there's possibilities of him. But at the moment, no. It doesn't matter that he's a two-way world champion, but uh, other fighters. Yeah, Dmitry Bivol was one that we were contemplating as well. And official had definitely holds him in very high regard, and from a pure boxing standpoint, absolutely. He has that boxing ability that can embarrass a lot of the top fighters. Like, should Canelo Alvarez choose to dance with him in the ring, I think that would be a bad mistake for Canelo. Canelo is as flat-footed as Aladdin is with his curly toe sandals. He ain't gonna beat somebody like that. Even with all of the nonsensical, and even the way Canelo has pretty much everything fixed to him in just one fixed fight and compromise fight after the other. No, we're not interested in fighters who are basically, you can't even look at them with the same sort of contention with all of these other fighters. Like, how does Sergey Kovalev go from fighting one style 6 weeks before and then fighting Canelo in a completely mirror opposite style, which does everything in his capacity just to lose the fight? How do you explain that? To me, that makes there's no logical sense in that at all. Everything that was working against Yard, everything that worked for him as a power puncher, all of a sudden against Alvarez, he adopts a completely different style. To me, that is beyond the realms of anything that is pragmatic, anything that is logical, anything that is feasible, that is viable. And a fighter who gets rewarded with a boxing contract with a new promoter if he loses a fight, rather than any talk of getting a contract should he have won the fight. How does that happen as well? So
yeah, great point.
People have got to be logical in their thinking, and it doesn't matter that a fighter gets knocked out, but that's the whole process of compromising fights has happened. I can give you 50 fights in the past in which fighters would actually be viciously knocked out, but it doesn't matter. The whole duration of the fight, because everything was set up for that fighter just to lose the fight. And hopefully, when Sergey Kovalev finally gets around to his autobiography, or somebody has the notes, I'm sure all will be revealed. But there's a hell of a lot more there, and another sort of isometric factor of that fight is this Bektemir Malakusian fight, which is one of the most left field fights and weird fights, and it whole stems from that whole Canelo and Kovalev fight as well, because I think it's a case of DAZN having cold feet and realizing that they'd sufficiently overpaid Kovalev to surrender his championship, to be financially induced to surrender his championship to Alvarez, and thus the subsequent deals that they agreed with Golden Boy. I think DAZN are basically saying that now we're not going to we're not prepared to pay him even more, or whatever it is, 2-3 million for these fights, subsequent to whatever the 12 million that they paid for him to, to no doubt about it, to deliberately lose the fight. And maybe they're saying to Golden Boy, well, who's your biggest dog, and kill a dog, just go up to 179 and just end his career, because we don't want to pay him subsequently after this fight. We want just to finish him off. And now we find Kovalev, who's had VADA testing pretty much his entire career, specifically wanted VADA testing for this fight as well. And isn't it convenient that he ends up failing for some sort of synthetic testosterone now, knowing that he's been under 24/7 VADA testing under, and even if he tried to microdose or trying to be a little bit more subtlety, any sort of subtleties that he may have tried to exemplify in whatever, in getting back up to shape or whatever, that you're telling me that he would be stupid enough to knowing that VADA, definitely have the capabilities of finding not only synthetics, that's one of their strongest facets in their testing facility. They talk about synthetics in there, which some of the other drug testings don't find. So there's a lot of shit that we're seeing, official, that is coming out, that is still impacting, that really all stems back to Canelo Alvarez, and the repercussions that a lot of the fighters are inadvertently or isometrically having. So that's the reason why Alvarez, he wouldn't even be on the top fucking 4,000 list, mate.
Yeah. You know what? Okay, so you asking how was Kovalev, why was he performing in a total opposite way 6 weeks before his previous fights? Well, one of the reasons may be that that he had a fight just 6 weeks before facing Canelo, which doesn't make it any better for Canelo, because look, his career, I mean, to me, he is talented and a skilled, tough fighter with an iron chin, with good basics and very good defense. But I had him losing both fights to Golovkin, and anytime he's supposed to face what many people are saying, tough opponent, bigger than him, there is some fuckery going on. So you cannot get the credit for fighting. People want credit us to give credit to Canelo for facing Kovalev without wanting to admit that he's facing past his prime Kovalev, who fought 6 weeks earlier and who's been on a huge downslide since the world fights. They also don't want to mention that he had a one-way rehydration clause, the same way Daniel Jacobs, also another name that who was able to appear as a cruiserweight in the ring against Golovkin, and I'm not over exaggerating, literally as a cruiserweight. But then against Canelo, there is a one-way rehydration clause for him, and then he was not as big in the ring, wasn't as fresh, and even Canelo fighting such tall fighters at 168 like Smith, I mean, look, that's another case where you're giving your opponent 4 weeks training camp, which literally means 3 weeks training camp, because in the last week following in the week coming to the fight, you're not really able to really do any serious training, just keeping your weight, and or otherwise you're getting hurt. You're risking not to be able to have a fight if you get hurt in the last week of the so-called training camp. And plus yeah, he was saying, Smith was saying that he didn't have any rehydration clause, but how can we even trust Canelo when they tried to keep the rehydration clause for Kovalev under the rug until Kovalev's team leaked it to the reporters on the day of weighing. Plus, funny that Kovalev is failing his first try at weighting. I mean, I want to give Canelo credit, but but let me know how. I mean, there is a lot of fuckeries that are going on with his fights that I just cannot ignore. So you cannot expect for me to give him all the credits for fighting a 175 pounder, for fighting 168 pounder, for Canelo being much smaller fighter. If I'm hearing about the rehydration clause, about 3 week training camps, about only willing to face a fighter 6 weeks after his fight. So, and even at 160, uh, deserving to lose both fights against Golovkin, in my opinion. I can just go on, but there is just so much fuckery going on
Failed,
that.
exactly. Failed VADA testing. He's been found guilty of stacking his illegal hand wraps, what, twice, even arguably 3 times. How many other times has he done it as well that have not been on camera? You know what I mean? What really pisses me off is that, you know, like with Callum Smith, he's the champion. He's the WBA World Boxing Super Series, the Ring Magazine champion. Flood him in his backyard, show him the respect that he deserves. But no, you drag him to the United States. And that guy was like a fish out of water, scared out of his pants. And a lot of credit to Demetrius Andrade, who called the fight absolutely right. No doubt the DAZN executives were looking to sort of terminate him, cancel his microphone,
Yeah.
terminate his contract straight away. But Andrade doesn't really have the orator ability, but he was talking about Smith just not even trying to win the fight, and towards the end was even funnier when he was actually arguing with all three of them and saying that Canelo's resume is actually quite superficially rubbish, man. He's done a lot, but he couldn't really convey it on camera. Or he felt a little bit guilty given that he's also an employee of DAZN. So here he is shitting on well, he's no longer exclusive to them. But think about it: is any other promoter really going to be paying Canelo the kind of wages and the kind of salary that he's used to? No one else has that sort of capital, especially now. So Canelo is a DAZN fighter. He's not going to go and fight on PBC for $5 million, is he?
Yeah, and please let me just make one last point about Canelo. Another thing that where people want us to give the credit to Canelo for is for him facing the bigger guys. And you just mentioned the failed VADA test, and a known fact that he's been using the diuretics to make the weight, clenbuterol. So they want you to give credit to Canelo for facing much bigger guys, taller guys. But yeah, first of all, he's giving them 3 week weight camps. He's making them sign the rehydration clause, and on top of that, he's able to come in a perfect shape to train as long as he wants. And he's doing the same thing Mayweather was doing by the end of his career. And meanwhile, he can use the diuretics, he can things like that. So you want me to ignore that he's making himself bigger while trying to to get credit for fighting the taller guys who he's draining, who don't have the ability to drain themselves with diuretics because they're not Yates side, and because they have to dance to his tune. Yeah.
But also official, like if you look at the sort of ratio of his weight increase and the time in comparison to the early part of his career, is just like a complete imbalance, which can only have been due to the body physically changing due to the protracted nature of his abuse of substances. Because a fighter who expressed for so long that he's not a middleweight, that there's no way he can even make middleweight, hence so he invents a weight category specifically for himself. Canelo weighed 155 pounds, and now all of a sudden he's telling the whole world he can no longer fight at middleweight, at a weight category he did everything to avoid actually fighting at the championship limit and facing those fighters in their prime at that weight at the time. But now he can go up to 175 pounds and be knocking out and having easier fights, and no longer expresses no desire to fight at 160 pounds. Kind of seems bizarre, doesn't it? Right? It just makes no logical sense. Whereas all of the aforementioned fighters who wanted to fight him at the time, most of them are either still at 160 pounds or may just have moved up logically to 168 pounds, but it's taken them around 6-7 years from that point to do so. But for Canelo, no, he can't make it.
Corruption.
Yeah.
Corruption. We are in 2021 today. In 2013, his very first fight after the Mayweather loss against El Perro Gonzalez. Perro, forgot his name. El Perro. That's Angulo. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the ring, for that fight, in the ring, he was weighing 173 in 2013. It was the February or March of that year.
Yeah.
8 years later, just imagine how big he is. And great point about the way he's kept that 160 division.
You know, I don't know. I'm just, to me, it's kind of sickening when you have to listen to, especially the zone, and so many people that are just so many weak-minded people who really don't have any sort of constructive opinions, are able to sort of, really dissect his resume, even looking at his boxing style. And is he really a complete boxing? To me, Canelo never really has. I don't think he's as prodigiously talented as all of the accolades that are just continuously just that he has afforded. He's never had any footwork. Is he really a brilliant counter puncher? I think he's a very good fighter, but I don't see him as any sort of an elite fighter. And when he fought washed up elite fighters who were way past their prime, he couldn't do anything against those fighters. To me, he was struggling that even in the championship rounds against some of those fighters as well. So, Miguel Cotto showed him a veteran fighting out. Cotto was able to win a lot of the rounds just with his jab. Cotto, for me, was technically, I think, ability-wise, a much better fighter than an Alvarez. And if that was a Cotto a couple of years before in his prime, if he was still at 155, he would have absolutely have scored Alvarez. But he was very close to retirement, and there's no way Miguel Cotto would have, they were keen to relieve him of that, the WBC championship. So Alvarez could have another championship at another weight category, and He's he's the most fortunate man in boxing. Um, pretty
He's
much
not.
everything. Yeah.
He's not even the best fighter in his own gym.
Yeah. He's definitely not the best Mexican fighter. Not for me. And you know, 175 pounds. You know, will we ever see him again at 175 pounds? I think maybe if you even at 168 pounds now, when David Benavidez was the champion, you never heard absolutely anything about Alvarez about fighting for the WBC belt. But as soon as David Benavidez either lost the belt or missed the weight or whatever, or he was stripped of cocaine and the belt became vacant, Canelo was on the phone to the WBC straight away. Yeah, I'll fight with the vacant against
Yeah.
Anthony Yildirim or whatever. You know, he was just the same way when the WBO, when Demetrius Andrade was chasing him up 2 weight divisions. As soon as Andrade lost the belt, or the belt became vacant, he was looking to fight for the vacant, but he couldn't. Smith fought the vacant against John Thompson, and then he jumped on Liam Smith straight away. But before, when Andrade was he's mandatory, and then Canelo was him. Canelo moved up a different weight division to get away from him. You know, it doesn't matter whether you think that Andrade is a bullshit fighter or whatever it was, but I've always thought that Andrade just has the size and has the that kind of footwork that a flat-footed fighter like Canelo will struggle against if it's a fair, unbalanced fight with independent judges, which is never going to be. I think Demetrius Andrade doesn't have to engage with Canelo. He can just make Canelo look silly, fight the way that Callum Smith should have, a 6'3" fighter against Alvarez, instead of trying to back up on the ropes and just allow a guy just to walk up to him and start unloading with heavy punches, but wild single punches. I think Andrade, you really think he's going to sit there stationary, dormant, and allow Canelo just to tee off on him? No, he'll be moving around. He'll do to Canelo what he did to Keith Thurman in the amateurs. That's how to beat a smaller fighter, and that's what I've always felt he would do against Alvarez. And that's why Golden Boy have never been keen on that fight whatsoever, putting it down to Andrade is a no one. He's got a horrible style. He's boring, and the rest of those deflammatory, deliberately avoiding, echelons that we hear about, not taking the fight. We know when they don't want to get in the ring, and Canelo has done that. He did that with Golovkin early on. He didn't, he ideally didn't really want Erislandy Lara, but Lara was calling them out publicly, turning up at his press conferences, embarrassing him. So, no doubt Canelo had to entertain that fight. He was getting a hell of a lot of abuse by, his Mexican fans. That, what are you going to do? He's calling you out. You got to fight him. So, Canelo took him on, and for me, struggled in that fight as well. And I watched that fight again, and the more and more I see it, it doesn't matter whether Erislandy has a negative back foot style. It's does he land more clean punches? Is he taking less punches? And I think he is. So for me, Lara wins that fight, but it's always going to be a contentious one. But and even the Austin Trout fight as well, that was another one. And they try to upset that fight as well with this WBC rankings, open scoring system as well. Try and employ any sort of tactics to try and change the course of a fight. It's just, we've just seen it littered throughout his career, and hence the reason why Canelo Alvarez is just will eventually be assassinated by the coup d'etat.
Yeah, you know what? By the way, I don't necessarily think that um, he would necessarily really be beaten by all the fighters that he's ducking, but at the same time, you can clearly see that he's trying not to get the fights that are going to be tough for him style wise. I mean, even with Caleb Plant, who I don't think neither that is really looking to really willing to become a great fighter or try to be a great fighter by facing the best possible opponents, but still offering him a contract, a fight 4 weeks earlier, just 4 weeks before the fight. Trying to duck Andrade again. I'm not necessarily saying that he would be beaten by Andrade, but he doesn't want to get into those fights that are stylistically difficult for him.
Yeah,
Disappointing.
you're right, man. It's difficult with the Caleb Plant fight. You know, we're not very close to the negotiating inner circle, so we don't know. But we know 2 offers were sent, but I don't know. You're gonna have to go to one of these boxing channels that are just invested in boxing news and gossip and all of that, just to try and establish the facts on you know who ducked who. But it wouldn't surprise me if Canelo tried to redact Caleb Plant as well, trying to you know minimize and shorten his preparation for the fight. It's just that's you know that is Canelo's MO. We know that. Uh, is he really going to give any fighter just a clear and concise, you know, 2-3 month unconstrained, unrestricted training camp? That's just not him. They want to manipulate any aspect, whether it's all of that, try and you know lower the morale by the split of the purse and the gate and the revenues or the pay-per-view splits or whatever else. So it's just fun. It's just so many different elements of financial and nutritional rehydration, weight. It's just I just get sick about talking about it, you know. And even you know what he did to Josecito Lopez as well, even going back, you know, a guy who already came up from 140 to 147 pounds to beat Victor Ortiz, who Canelo wanted to fight. And everybody expected Ortiz to beat Josecito Lopez. But Josecito upset the card, broke Victor Ortiz's jaw. And what did Canelo do? No, he didn't fight Josecito at 147, as he'd already come up in weight. But no, he dragged him up to 154 in his very next fight. You know, that pretty much just accentuates the bitch-ass tactics that he's employed pretty much throughout his career.
Absolutely. Yeah, by the way, yeah, I think it was enough of Canelo for us tonight. I think we should keep it under 6 hours because if
Yeah.
not, we may disappear from YouTube.
Yeah.
Any other word? Do you want to say anything else about our list or mention the other names?
No. I think we should not only save the punishment for the souls of our followers, but for our mental and physical well-being as well.
That's completely right. I mean, it's 4:42 over here. Yeah, so I would just like to let people know that Thunderdome Boxing Talk is currently streaming. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, so click there. And you mostly know Anthony Thunderdome, but click on the link and visit his live. And thank you for staying for so long with us, 8 of you, and we've been on for 5 hours 44 minutes. Amazing. Thank you to Corruption.
Yeah. No, thanks especially to you for maintaining throughout. I mean, I've got a little bit of it's difficult when you've got family here, and unfortunately they're not 2-3 members are not feeling very well, so it's kind of difficult at the moment. They're worried about whether they might even have some sort of a viral infection as well, which is going around at the moment, and it's bitterly cold here over in Europe. I don't know what it's like for you, official, in the south of France, but certainly in Central Europe, it's just bitterly cold.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially these last couple of days, weeks. I mean, I have my nose running nonstop. Yeah, extremely cold.
Yeah.
By the way, one last thing that I wanted to tell you is that Diego said earlier, a bit earlier when you was off, that it looks like they're going to cancel Inoue's fight against Das Marinas, and there is a real possibility of Inoue facing Casimero next.
Good. I was thinking that Casemiro was going to move up to super bantamweight and take on Rigondio. Or I thought that was perhaps what they were looking for, but that weight division, there's a hell of a lot of Filipinos. We saw that we talked about that previously with not sure what's happened when Nonito is looking to come back, but we've got Rodriguez, who was screwed over by the Pacquiao fighter. So if Casimiro is not going to move up and just going to fight anyway, then fantastic. That's the fight that everybody was looking for. Casimiro has to take that fight, official. You only have to listen to him. He's relying on the money coming from Japan, because he doesn't really have a massive fan base in the United States. So he talks about that as well. So he's quite open about it. Money is clearly one of his aspirations, and don't blame him for that. You want to get sufficiently compensated, and he knows that the Inoue fight is, in terms of money, that's the big money fight, and why not? You've got one belt, he's got 2 belts, chance to win all 3 belts, be number 1 at the division. So why not? He's got boxing ability, he's got punching power, he's a little bit wild, a little bit too wide for me. It's going to have problems, but he's fought in 9 different countries, so he's not been averse to challenges. You can't say he's a pussy. The opposite, he'll fight the Ron Rangs. He'll come to England, he'll go to South Africa, he'll fight in he'll go wherever. So to me, it was surprising what he started to do with Sean Gibbons. I didn't quite like what I was hearing with him. Starting to believe in his own hype a little bit too much, and I didn't like that. So So if it goes back 180 degrees and we get that fight that we're all hoping we were going to get last year, then, fantastic. Let's hope so. But I'm going to remain skeptical though.
Yeah, and by the way, yeah, you just mentioned his wildness and him having balls. Definitely, those are two things that he does have indeed, and it's something that is very needed in order to possibly beat Inoue, because he's not the type of fighter who's gonna lay down for Inoue. He's really going to try his best, and he has balls to. He would have. He's one of them who would have balls to counter punch, for example, in between Inoue's punches. So yeah, I would
Yeah,
love to.
you're right. He's the one fighter who I don't think will be intimidated by Naoya, and that's a good thing for the fight. I think he'll be very optimistic in his ability. He'll be well brash. Yeah, it won't phase him if that sort of goes ahead. If basically PBC and Top Rank somehow, whether it's Bucky, whether it's MP Promotions that have got his registration on it. I don't know who's his main promoter, whether he's got an international. It might just be Manny Pacquiao's got his or he's got some sort of a third party assignable contract with Al Heyman. I don't quite know the logistics of it, but so it could be tough, trying to structure that unified deal. If it's going to happen, I can only see it happening once the lockdown's over and we've got full audiences. I don't see the fight happening behind closed doors at all. So for me, official, realistically, the fight's not really going to happen before, I'd say, could even be September, something like that. I can't see it.
I have no problem with waiting for September. Yeah, hopefully it happens one day, be it September or even the next year. But yeah,
Even if the fight happens in the Philippines and we got no lockdown, I'll go over there. I was hoping to go over there and get into some deep sea diving with my man Diego. Get my diver's license over there. And try and help him with his farm. Try and help him build that wall and the partition and get his farm going. So I'll go over there. Watch the fight.
yeah, so big up to Diego. And okay, so one more time, I dropped the link for Thunderdome's live stream he's currently on. Thank you, really thank you guys. Huge thank you for staying on with us for so long. Hit the like, share the link if you want to help us. And that's it. Over to you, Kurap.
Some comments, would be appreciated, good or bad. Give us your appraisal of the show, and even give us your top 10s. And we'll maybe talk about and sort of incorporate some of the top 10s in some of the shows going forward. But big thank you to everybody who tuned in for the live show at various points. Difficult to remain with us throughout the whole duration, but those who did, the massive amount of respect and appreciation.